Alright, folks, welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は274、4日目です。It is day 274. Hopefully, all our settings are good and things are set up. We are finally situated with all the equipment change. Now my eyes are not bugging out from the dense singular light. Got some lot more relaxing diffuse light now. Light source. All right, so today is new vocabulary. Blah blah blah. Today is new vocabulary day for our Japanese course. Let's get right into it. Reviewing, our recall session. I am back from a sort of a day's break. Yesterday was American Thanksgiving. Had a lovely meal. An opportunity to use my target language as well. Not Japanese, of course. I don't know actually any Japanese peeps yet. We'll see how long that remains true. Alright. So, hajimemashou. Right, let's get started. And let's change colors. It's time to change colors. Maybe like something orangish. It's already time for Christmas. This one. People move quick, I tell you. So, right when Thanksgiving ends, I was walking around. Well, I was going for my run around the neighborhood, and right after Thanksgiving, immediately all the Christmas decorations go up. It's wonderful to see people enjoying and being in the festive holiday spirits. All right. So let's see if my hand is adjusting well to the new screen size. Oh, not unit 7. Unit 70. Already see the shakes. 70 was about health. We had body parts starting from the top. Wait. Atama. Ami. How? Me? Megane. Hana. Hana. Oh. Don't mind the wobbliness. Mimi. Hakuchi. Huh? Migaku. Migaku. Karada. Se. Senaka. E. Ashi. Okay. Ugh. Straight lines. Kaze. This Kaze. Kaze. Ooh. Good. Oops. No one will ever know. Itai. Yoki. Yoki. Yaseru. Toru. Isha. Isha. Suri. Undo. Undo. Good morning, Turn. It's certainly Saturday. Happy Saturday, Turn. Alright. Unit 69. What was unit? Oh. Toru. Yaru. Watasu. Is it nighttime for you there? Because US is like 12-hour difference from here. It is. It is indeed nighttime. Yeah. It's been getting later and later. Generally, I want to try to start a little bit before sunset. So it's for now, since it's getting winter, sunset's around 5 p.m. and that's kind of where I want to start, or a little bit before, like 4 p.m., 3 p.m. It's currently 7 p.m. now, so not quite on the mark at the moment. Yaru to Yasu. It's almost 6 a.m. for you. Have you slept, or are you going to bed soon, Chern? Is your weekend going alright? You just woke up? Oh, okay. Good morning. What the... what? What happened? What do you mean by what happened? The Japanese? No, right now I'm doing Japanese. But yes, it's all over the screen because I'm writing on the screen. So let's see. Yasu. Yasu. Oh no, Kasu. Kasu. Ariru. Yeah, where we practice memory, we practice recall through writing at the beginning of each session. So this is the beginning of my Japanese session. So I write what I remember from the last 2 units. before I start the lesson. Nice. That is not it. That's not the right one. Okay. Takbun. Unsho. 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 I feel like that's not the way to go. Yes. Unsho. Zashi. Trying a few others. Enpitsu. On. What does hardware smoothing means for drawing tablet? Hardware smoothing keeps like a void space in movement. So like say you're going from left to right, and you're trying to drag momentarily. It provides, in my opinion, a minimum space of movement that keeps one direction contiguous. So if your hand is just about steady, like this would show up as a straight line instead. Turn. That's a rudimentary way of looking at it, but it does deal with calculating like the direction of the pen and then how to make it move in one direction without like discontinuity. So for a lot of people, when you're drawing and you're writing and stuff, they use some sort of smoothing. Art programs do the same too. So if you have like an art program, there's a clever way of making it so that, you know, when it's going to happen when you're getting older. There's like this really fine point micro movements when you're going from, like, if you're using your wrists to write. So smoothing allows it to correct itself. Now, one thing, but also you can't, because one pixel still counts as not perfect. Well, so it's still the same pixel response. Like the hit thing is still in the same pixel response. So you can adjust the smoothing yourself. Like the friction, the material that you write on has its own built-in smoothing, so to speak, right? Like you're interacting with the surface. So there are many things that correct and create resistance, and smoothing is it's a different way to look at it. So like if you're writing on pen and paper, you realize that, oh, for some reason your lines are smoother and stuff, is because the material itself also creates feedback, which actually smooths out your movement. So it really doesn't have to do with the actual pixel response. Like the pixel response is still going to be the same. Your position just happens to be in a smoother direction, but when you're aiming and stuff, it's still in the same position. Now the downside is, or one of the cons is that it does require resources. So lots of OS players do not use smoothing because it costs resources, and you know, it could overcorrect some things. However, generally speaking, the outcome is not any different. It's negligible. Usually some OS players don't like the way their hand moves around while it's visibly, because you can see the micro movements. So for example, I'm writing without smoothing, right? So you can see how the lines are not straight. If I turn on an aggressive smoother, then there is a chance that these will come out a lot less. But generally speaking, I have generally 100% been drawing and writing without aidedness. Smooth as in like draw a straight line, so can it draw a perfect square rectangle? Well, it helps steady your lines. It doesn't help make like proportions. Like you can have straight lines, but this would not be a square. Like the proportions, it doesn't help you create proportions. It helps you create lines, as in like, for example, smoothing. If you're moving very slow, if you're a hesitant person, it smooths this a lot. However, if you're a drawer and you precisely run at a specific speed, it's already smooth to begin with. So there, in my opinion, this is my opinion, I don't actually know how smoothing works like under the hood. In practical sense, if you do not have enough experience in understanding how your velocity, your movement velocity works with your hands, then smoothing can make that feeling, that look better. The downside is then you're not actually practicing how to smooth your lines. So that's a problem, right? So in terms of drawing, I move at a specific velocity. Now, what smoothing can help with is different programs. Different programs have different response times. So this plugin right here is kind of crappy in that, for me personally. Its response time is not that great. So the regular speed that I write in is too quick for this thing. So I have to slow down. So when I slow down, it gets chonky. So I could apply a smoother from the driver to smooth it out. So this itself is not smooth. Now, I think the most appropriate place to use smoothing is to make your programs comparable. So there are going to be programs that have faster response times than others and have different built-in qualities. So you can feel it in your drawing. So the way I'm writing on this plugin is different from the way I'm using Krita. And my velocity in Krita is way faster. Like my lines going across is now straight lines are great. Now when you do circles, like curved lines, a smoother would make this a smooth curve. In my opinion, it would compensate for a smooth curve, because some programs will not register this as quickly as possible. So then you get kinks. You can see like, it might not be visible on your screen because it's too small, but you can see that it's not one half circle. When I'm in Krita, I can do this very quick and it would come out as a single curve. Now the question is, I don't know if Krita has a built-in smoother or not. What happens is it helps register all of the, and it requires more PC resources to make it so that what you draw kind of matches what your hand is doing. It's usually, I think smoothing tends to be wrist movement. So if you write with your wrists, which does happen, I write with my wrist because in a small area, when you're doing fine detail work like this, which is like how small these little characters are, a smoother can make it better. When you're drawing in a big area and you're using your arm is far more steady. Like, so you can keep your hand steady so that it doesn't move or shake, and then you can draw with your arms. So that's a really big difference. My tablet is not big enough to accommodate the screen size that my monitor is anymore. So you're gonna see more shake. So I recently switched to a ultra wide, and since I want to keep my tablet associated with the screen in its dimensions, it's taking a bit to adjust to. And that's practicing something like adjusting to new dimensions. Yeah, you fix your hand. Your wrist, so the difference is that your wrist has more resolution than your arm. Your arm is a gigantic muscle, so the noise is less. The movements are bigger. This also can be alleviated by higher resolution. So like if you write bigger, you're less likely to notice noise, in my opinion. So like if you do this, for example, right? So like this. Like if you see this character, I actually wrote it here. This one is wobblier because I'm using my wrist, and this I'm using more of my arm. And then I'm keeping my fingers locked in one direction for quite some time. And that's the different disciplines, right? That's why when you think of OS, the bigger the area you play in, the higher, like the more smoother your aim might seem, like the more consistent your aim might seem. Or if you're looking at someone's cursor, if it's micro moving left and right, right? If it's moving as it's holding position, that it's probably a smaller area. It's one of those things that it's more about the digital world, I suppose, because it captures your movements, and that's kind of one of the things you can gather from OS. So here I'm actually practicing a different type of writing, although I write like this. The downside why it jiggles all the time now is because my tablet is actually, I'm gonna say 1/10 the size of my screen. So while even if my tablet is in full area, to create that image there, I'm moving 1/10 the distance. So that's how my brain is adjusting. So with every 1/10 of a movement, I'm creating these characters. Or yes, 1/10. It's about 1/10. Unit, you unito, yes, 69. Ka. Nice. Such a meme, Lord Valentine. So that's that goes, that all factors in. So whenever I'm like making a comment like, oh yeah, my hand hand needs to warm up, like my wrist needs to warm up, or I'm adjusting to a new screen size or resolution. This stuff is pretty important to me. It's a great way to note like what I'm doing. Yeah. So yeah, one thing that I usually tell people is that my penmanship is a lot better if I were given the proper tools, right? But this is a compromise. It's forcing my hand to be my wrist a lot more steadier than possible. So if I break out a piece of paper, it's far cleaner because pieces of paper also have friction, and friction keeps like your lines. It gives the tactility to keep it straight and in small spaces. This is about the size that I actually write though. So how my pen moves now, I write about in I my standard font size, if we were going to use a digital, is I write in I write in 0.6 to 8. So if you took your standard 12 or 10 point font, right, on your screen, so I guess the closest would be like about here. This is like 10 point font. I write about a little bit less than that, like 20% less than that ish. I don't know how the scales work, but it's slightly smaller than this. That's what my handwriting, my actual handwriting looks like. I usually write about, okay, we'll say about this size. I think nowadays my handwriting's a little bit bigger. I try to make it a little bit bigger, but it's usually about this size, yeah. So if I grab a piece of paper, it'll be half the size of what I'm writing now. So if I'm writing these characters, it'll be about this size on a piece of paper with like a fine point pen or something. I started to write these a little bit bigger now because unlike, you know, Roman characters, you need more resolution. So I'm writing bigger, a bit bigger than I usually do now. I think my Roman characters will continue to be like about this small. And I write in all caps. Right? That'd be like something like this. Right? And these are ones are like double the size, largely due to resolution limits. Let's get back. Wiggle, wiggle. That's what I mean by resolution limit. That's fine. Jisho. Jisho. Right? Wait. Hmm. No. Hmm. Doesn't look right. I'm looking for... Yo. 教科書。I think that's fine. Let's put in some more predicates and then call it a day. Haruku, Haruku. Ashiru. Oops. Oyogu. Ao. Uru. Aku. Aku. Yeah. All right. We'll just hop into our new vocabulary. We're good. I'm not worried about the Japanese at the moment. We had 2 smaller units back to back. The Chinese, though, 2 days ago, the Chinese was something else. And I would be disingenuous if I didn't say I struggled practicing them. Oh, it was tough. I'll see how well that goes when we get to our Chinese session. Alright, so talk about travels. We're really close to the first story, by the way. The first story is Unit 76. So we're getting close to the story thing. Alright. So the Japanese has the units have become more proliferated in terms of its complexity. So the clauses and stuff are going back up to when the midpoint of the course where they swapped over to kanji like focused. All right. Ooh, we have a blip. Looking like a who called to us. Oh, planes. Okay. So Dono. Actually, I don't know the standalone for that. Dono country ni ita koto ga arimasu ka? Oh, koto, as in like have been. Oh, this is the formal introduction of koto. I've seen koto already because of everyone else, so it's fine.
どの国に行ったことがありますか?
Kuni?
どの国に行ったことがありますか?
Kind of sounds like kuni. Well, we'll stick with kuni for now. Dono kuni ni. No, wait, no. Oh, it's just ku. It's probably just ku. Actually, this is ni.
どの国に行ったことがありますか?
Maybe. I'm hearing dono kuni ita.
どの国に行ったことがありますか?
Oh no, I hear 2 knees. Kuni ni. Dono kuni ni ita koto ga arimasu ka?
どの国に行ったことがありますか? どの国に行ったことがありますか?
Man.
どの国に行ったことがありますか?
行ったことがありますか? Okay. 去年. No, not 去年. Konnen? Interesting. I'm not sure I had this combination either. I'll go with Onen. Yeah, I don't think I had this year. We'll get that. Canada ni ikutsumo. Wait, what is the breakup? So, iku smorimasu. Tsumori desu. Or ikutsumori desu. So, tsumori. Tsumori desu.
今年カナダに行くつもりです。
Oh, koto. Oh, it's just koto.
今年カナダに行くつもりです。
Oh, I see now. Okay. I see why they included that now. Koto is also a verb normalizer. Otherwise, in English, just call it gerund. Yeah, I know. Sharon, we talked. I think either you or several people already talked about this, but koto is companion with no as normalizers, and yes, they're gerund phrases actually, but a lot of these end up being gerund phrases. I don't think it's specific. It's gerunding this thing, but it's also using it. It can be more than just a gerund, but yes, we know. Because of no, everyone keeps talking about koto, but no does the same thing too. And then there are specific use cases of yes. Again, really don't need to explain these things. That the whole point of learning is to learn what they do. Being told what they are doesn't really help with learning much. Let's see. So koto. That's koto. Interesting. Koto Kanada ni iku ari desu. You forgot the difference between no and koto. You gotta watch back the video. Yeah, I mean, I don't know yet. I'm not concerned with it because this is the first time I got koto. So, I imagine if I had to guess, this unit is going to have no as a nominalizer. And then they're going to pick very specific cases in which they use koto versus no. So we'll see. In this case, actually, ita, koto. The only time no was used in a previous unit on Duolingo is using the plain form. So we'll see if that holds up. It might not be true, what have you, but the idea is Duolingo, the way Duolingo does it is they pair up very specific examples. So when they were using normalizer no, just by coincidence, they didn't use the plain form here. So it might have something to do with that. That's what I'm thinking right now. That's kind of the idea of what I mean by learning by context, or learning in a sense of observing. When being told what things are, they stick less to me. So when someone keeps sharing information, like explicit information without examples, rarely do I remember it over time. I remember hearing about it though. So you're more than free to keep on doing that. However, the likelihood is I'm probably going to forget the explicit information until I get examples of it. Interesting verb, but tsumori plans to or intend to do X. Yeah, it looks like it. That's what that example shows. どこに行きたいですか? Okay, nothing new there. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, traditional in, which I... could I use Chinese to help me here? Nope, we'll hear it in a bit. So, この何に行ったことがありますか? Okay.
この旅館に行ったことがありますか?
旅館. Yeah, 旅館. この旅館. Okay, again, they decided to use 行った to be paired with こと. What are you? Area. Is this Sobo? That might be Sobo. Oh no, I mean Soba. We'll see. It's probably Soba. So, このそばにいいレストランはありますか?
この辺にいいレストランはありますか?
Oh, 辺に. Oh, interesting. I'm kind of curious. Oh no, Soba is near. My bad. Soba is near. Hen. I don't know if I had hen. Is that new? I've had several vocabulary words that deal with area or like a space, like basho, but or dokoro. Hen. Just straight up hen. I think I remember this from a unit. I've seen it before. Oh, この辺にいい. この辺に, okay. Yep. いいレストラン。レストランはありますか? 僕は日本の行こう. I'm gonna guess it's 行こうしたいです. That Chinese character is okay. All right. That's fine. That's beyond the scope of this. Yes. And I don't have I can't really read that. But that's fine. Bien, yeah, this is bien. Or yeah. I would say bien would be the closest equivalent to N. And then the other character, it could be anything, because bien can be linked with many things. Have you ever to tell someone what you've done before? Yeah. It is interesting that it also means area. As a standalone. To tell someone what you've done before, use the ta verb from the one that ends in ta or da. Okay, we kind of already covered. All these grammar points are coming in late. But I suppose they always, maybe they have always planned that they expose you to all of these for like a couple units and then write the guidebook stuff. It's really interesting. It's always like 3 or 4 units after it's introduced. So, ことがあります. Oh, wait. Yeah, right. You have done plus ことが. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's what they're introducing. So never mind. This explains it. So they're using koto, koto ga arimasu, as a way to say you have done something. They're specifically saying that, have done something before. When no was being used, is currently doing, is presently doing. So that's one differentiation so far. Maybe they want to give like an introduction, like first. I think that's what they're doing, at least in my opinion.
外国に行ったことがありますか？
So 外国に行ったことがありますか? Yep. All right. Let's get into this 6 units. That's kind of long on a long day. So
国
kuni. Oh, okay. So it's kuni. That's fine. We heard it. We heard it. Ashi.
国
Yaseru.
Kao.
Kami. Kao. Sorry. Mimi. Kuni.
国
Okay, kuni.
国
And I'm guessing they're gonna their inclusion of like gaikoku and possibly other ones because it's a different read of niku. Kuni. Sorry.
本当のことを言って。
本当のことを言って。Intriguing. Interesting. So yeah, itte L then no koto. I'm pretty sure that says tell the truth.
本当のこと。
Yeah. Honto no koto.
本当のこと。
Honto also deals with like real or being serious or for reals, for realsies. So that's the only way I got tell the truth. Honto no koto. Koto. Interesting. So this is a different use. Of course,
本当のこと。
they would do that. I wonder how many kotos we're going to have today. Honto no koto o iite. Iite. Yeah, tell the truth. Interesting. How does this line up with? Yeah, real stuff equals truth. Yeah, that's basically what that says. Tell the real stuff. Yeah.
お国はどちらですか?
Okuni wa dochira desu ka? Okay, so they're introducing other ways as well. So they're bringing back like dochira. They might bring back like dochi as well and whatnot because it kind of lines up. It wraps in around the other stuff. So we'll see. Dochira desu ka? Okay. What country do you from? Sorry. Okay, so you can use an honorific on kuni. Sure. Okuni wa dochira desu ka?
外国に行くのが好きです。
And then gaigoku. So to incorporate a different read on kuni. Gaigoku ni iku no ga suki desu. Okay, so here's the example. This is the O as a nominalizer. So they're going to introduce and put them side by side. So they use present tense here. Present plain iku or non-pass, not just non-pass. Non-pass form. To use a nominalizer. And then they will introduce the koto probably afterwards. So gaikoku ni iku no ga suki desu. Alright. Iku no ga suki desu. Like going to foreign countries.
ニュースをテレビで見た
Oh, well, not yet, I suppose. News wo terebi de mita. Okay. Mita. Introducing more past tense plain form to contrast with saying the gerund in the past tense. So they're doing the present tense present tense and then past tense. Past tense without Jaren. I saw the news on the telly.
雨を見たことがあるの？
雨の見た。Wait. 雨の
見た。
見た。見た。見たこと。ことか。ね？
雨を見たことがあるの？が。
あるの？
ある。
Wait.
の。
Wait.
お。雨を見たことがあるの？
Okay. So now we have mita, which is the past tense, and they decide to use koto, right? And then aru no. I think this is using no as a question. Here. It kind of sounds like a question. Let me hear.
雨を見たことがあるの？
Yes. They didn't use no as a feminine speech. Or a feminine speech or a feminine ending. As opposed to like a yo or something. So I don't think they're doing things like that. So, 雨を見たことがあるの? Like, have you ever seen the rain? It's a funny question. It's a funny question. However, you can put like Yuki, right? Yuki here, and it would be a reasonable question. Have you ever seen the snow? Because there are people who haven't seen snow. I actually know a couple people who rarely, if not ever, or recall even what snow is like. So yeah, so aru no, as in the question. This no was also introduced with the nominalizer no. So whenever there's a grammar point, they reintroduce all the other grammar points that are associated with it. So we're basically going to see a lot of koto. Lots of like different ways koto probably. And then lots of past and present changes. And then using the plain form in different things. Like this would say aru no, which is different if a plain form was here with a no. So that's how they did it in the unit with the no thing.
このアニメは見たことがあります。
たくさん。今は、oh, Max, Taku-san. I that's a common typo because I totally understand how you would get Taku-san, if you know what I mean. I honestly feeling like if I change my name to Taku, it would be more funny because for the Japanese, from the Japanese sense. 今は somethingが Shiku, what the heck is that character? Something characterをしましている. Is there actually a character that's just this? Oh, 7. Oh, that's 7. That is the number 7. Oh my gosh, that's Nana. Oh, okay. Wait. That's not. I keep forgetting that it's common to use the Arabic numbers in Japanese typing. I'm like, what the heck is that? Okay. So today I see a new character. Let me see what this character means. Oh, that's how you say Ryu, Ryu, right? Yeah, Ryu. Oh, Ryu ga Gotoku. Oh, that's how the Ryu ga Gotoku. I guess they say Nana. Maybe Nana Nichi? No, no. There's Nana. Naname? Usually, I guess, me is added for a number unit. So, like, it's probably some, there's me in understood there, right? Naname. Naname o shimashite iru. You're currently playing it? How do you like it? How do you like it? Hello there, Cozy. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I totally forgot. Hello, Cozy. Sorry, I skipped. I feel like I should have said hi first before going into that digression about tablet thing. Hello there, Cozy. Yeah, so 今理由がごとく斜めをしましている. So currently playing. Yeah, makes sense. Unfollow Kappa. Yeah, my bad. Digressions. Banned. Okay, let's get back into our Japanese. Yeah, so we installed, like, my hand is probably reflecting it, but we finally installed the new ring light, which is, I'm gonna say it's like 300 to 400% larger than the previous one. So now it's like really soft. So I have no trouble like looking. It's kind of nice. It's very moody. Very moody. Yeah. And it's at an angle where if I look at it, my glasses doesn't hit. I have to like tilt really far up for it to hit my glasses. So it's quite nice. It's matching the temperature. So now I have it set so that it matches the temperature of the back of this back. So everything looks very properly moody. It's not like blue lights or beaming hot sources of bright light. Kasuka-san wa... You know what's funny about this next word? I don't know how to say it, but it's probably sekai. Because that's a Chinese vocabulary. That's probably sekai. Yeah, sekai because of shijie. And I know what shijie is. It means world. So because I know what world is, I know what the sound of world is sekai. But I don't know how to read sekai there. But because of Chinese, I know how to pronounce that word because I already know what the Japanese word is by hearing. That's pretty neat. And then ni ichiban, yeah. Ichiban Urendo des. Oh yes. He is. Yes. Ichiban is like the people's champion. If you want a friend, Ichiban Kurispi. Kurispi. Ichiban Kasuka is like a friend that I feel every post 2020 person needs in their life, in my opinion. Like, I know needs is a really strong word, but the success of Like a Dragon 7, I feel, is built that they decided to switch over to a character. They decide to switch over to a character that can accommodate the future world. Like, obviously the crap that he goes through and all that stuff shows what it's like, why a character like that is larger than life. I think Ichiban Kasuka is a character larger than life. humbly larger than life. However, it's one of those things like you can see how much crap he gets into all the time. That's largely why the character is larger than life. And I quite like that there's a character like that still, like a character archetype that's still like that in a video game that largely involves very, very mature tones. Yeah, he's that guy, the believer. He'd do anything, unrealistically anything, for his friends. It reminds me of why I like Naruto way back. You know, way back in the 90s, right? I can't believe I can say that. You know, way back in the early 2000s, 90s, when Naruto and One Piece and stuff were a thing. It's basically like Monkey D. Luffy, actually. I feel like that's the appeal. Cancel him. If people who grew up with One Piece, Monkey D. Luffy is a great example of a Kasuga, Ichiban Kasuga. Kasuga-san wa shiretai, shiretai ne. Shiritai ne. What is shiri? Wait. He wants to know what. Naruto wa kakkoi. Oh, you know, maybe you know? Oh my gosh, why are you typing? What is that supposed to be? Alright, I need to translate this. What is this? I see man. Okay. Oh, wait. I see man. Don't know that character. I see mirror. So I see mirror. And then I see sha, like in shashin. Oh my gosh, this is probably Sharingan. That looks like Sharingan. Gun. Rin. Yeah, that's Sharingan. And I'm guessing man, I don't know. And then we have probably kyo. So mange kyo. Mange, yeah, mange ko Sharingan. Of course you would type that, you little butthead. Yeah, heckin' nerd. I'm kidding. Cheetah des. What do you mean cheetah des? I put it on a bigger screen so I can read the characters. That's how that works. I can't read those characters. I do see Toto. I do see Z in it. Oh, it's all yeah, I see kanji. Zenbu. Zenbu wa kanji. Oh, okay. Yeah. All are kanji. Fair enough. You know, katakana is so much better in a chat box. Let's see. Typing wa subarashi. Typing is pretty. Oh, I don't know what you mean by that. Like the characters are pretty? Not sure what you're going there. Kono anime wa, oh, is that why I brought up anime? I'm not sure. Kono anime wa mita koto ga arimasu. I have seen this anime. Alright, fair enough. I was gonna say takusan no, but
外国に行ったことがありますか？
外国に行ったことがありますか? Yeah, now we all come full circle, right? Have you been to a foreign country? I actually have been to a foreign country. And no, it's not only Canada. But that's a,
私にはたくさんの国に友達がいる。
you know. We shared that before. 私には Oh no. You are not. Wait. Are you making... Oh no. For a moment there, I thought they were going to make a funny anime reference, but never mind. When I think of watashi ni wa, I think of like believing in me. Like shinjuru, right? Just like believe in me that believes in you, believes in me that believes in your friend, believe in... Like whenever I see watashi ni wa, I'm like... Or boku ni wa, I'm like, where are you going with this? Hmm. とてもカタカナより I just got this phrase too, sentence. That's for sentence. I got that in Chinese. I don't know what it is in Japanese, but I know that character and it has to be, or maybe not. Oh no, it's not. Oh, wait, never mind. There's an extra dot. I see the extra dot. Just kidding. And then I see that's not the correct thing. Never mind. Just kidding. It's not the same. What is this one? Kind of reminds me of... I have no idea what that is. Let's see. So, let's see. Always, let's see. Domo, katakana. Oh, that must be tori ni. That's probably tori. Yori, because you're comparing. Yori wa miru kata koto hiragana desu. Okay, so that must be yori. I mean, no, not yori. That must be kantan. I do have kantan. Sorry, I do have kantan. But not... Yeah, that's kantan. So easier. So... Domo katakana yori kantan ni miru koto hiragana desu. So... Which way is it? So, hiragana is easier to read than katakana. That's not true. For me, because you're not reading a text box. Oh, you're talking about hiragana. No, I actually, never mind. Just kidding. Hiragana and katakana is about the same. In text boxes. I don't know if you mean literally read or you mean reading the meaning of words. But katakana is harder in the sense that I don't know what it stands for most of the time, but the characters themselves are easier to read. Like hiragana and katakana typically have less strokes. That's what I'm saying. If I wanted to clarify that. When I say it's harder to read, it's because text boxes are not great. For you, hiragana is easier to sight read than katakana. That's fair enough. That's probably due to a practice thing. But it's light years. It's light years difference from kanji. I'm saying that I typically move whatever Valentine says into a different text file, so that's bigger for me to read. Because the text boxes are not that great. At least I didn't find a way to do YouTube things. YouTube is not as friendly as Twitch, as you might have guessed when it comes to like text size. So kanji is not really fit, not very well So sometimes, like for example, I thought kantan was choose, choose, choose. これら漢字はうんかり or うんかりません。No, パソコンでいい泡優しいタイピングをします。Interesting. So what's that mean? You don't understand? Oh, wakarimasen. That's wakaru. So you don't understand this kanji. Computer. I'm gonna guess it's like ika. Or it could be haika. You put in, so computer input with typing, with easy typing. Shimasu. Oh, I see what you mean. Makes sense. Gecko is kaleidoscope, right? Sorry, too complex word. Don't know how to spell. I don't know what that is. It's same in Chinese. Oh, that's kaleidoscope, huh? Man shiru. Yeah, man is the only one that. So I know man. There's kyo, which is also gami and kami, like kagami kind of thing, like a mirror. It's of glass nature. So there's kyo. There's shin or sha. No, sorry. There's sha, as in like shashin, in terms of photos. Then rin, I don't remember where I know rin from. And gan is a Chinese thing. So I knew gan because that's onyomi. Although Sharingan is kind of cool. It's kind of like what Sharingan is. The way they have it. It's like a photo recognizing, like Sharingan is supposed to mirror something, right? It's supposed to copy something. So that's kind of neat that they kind of incorporated mirror-esque photographic shots, eyes related things. So gan is probably related closer to eyes. Oh, megane. Or not megane, but yubiwa? No. Wait. Hang on. Glasses. Yes. So they have both the characters from Glasses. And a lot of other things, actually. Copy, wheel, eye, or something super cool. Yeah, I think it's really cool. It's basically what a Sharingan is. So the way they wrote the kanji for Mangekyo Sharingan is pretty neat now that you can recognize a lot of the kanji. I don't know what ge is yet. The second one. The second kanji character is not familiar to me. Really cool. I can't wait to get into video games again. Oh, which by the way, Valentine, there are a lot of moves, since Like a Dragon 7 is a RPG, right? It's a JRPG. So I'm looking forward to like dissecting how they name all the moves, because the English translation makes them sound really funny, right? Like pretty interesting. So you might be able to review kanji by looking at the clues in the kanji characters when you're thinking about special moves, like moves and techniques, because all the moves and techniques will have, I feel like they would use kanji for like their abstracted meaning, like their compartmentalized meaning. Like, what's a dolphin kick? It's probably a dolphin and a kick put together. I don't know the word for dolphin. It might even, they might end up using even katakana. I don't know. I'm not sure what they're gonna how they're gonna do it, but I'm looking forward to playing it with like Japanese UI as well, to see like all the moves. You have Japanese voices on but English text, and at this point I'm wondering if I should just take the plunge and turn on full Japanese. Yeah, I take it, I'm gonna take it a step at a time. I like being able to translate on the fly. So whenever I hear a Japanese thing, I like hearing it and then seeing the English text back and forth and whatnot to double check. Otherwise, I just don't look at the English text. However, in the future, it'll be fun to look at UI elements, because UI elements do not, they don't have audio to them. So it'll be either or. I probably flip back and forth. I highly encourage it though. It's not like so here's the thing, right? Here's a game that I thought I could play, a game within a game. So in RPGs, there are a lot of techniques, right? In RPGs, there are a lot of techniques. However, if you don't know, if you forgot what they are, right? If you forget what they are, use the technique. And in games, like in huge budget games like a Dragon, they will have an animation that will tell you what the technique is. So then you can double check yourself if you think you got the technique correctly, because the technique itself, it's animated. So then you'll know, you'll get an idea, and if that's not enough, then you can go back and look at it, right? So you're learning by context, which is kind of my idea. That was my future plans on why I'm going to play like narration games. Even though I generally go to narration games and RPG games and deck builders, because the animation itself and the function itself is also animated in context. Like it has visual characteristics. So when someone, I think Cozy asked the other day, when Cozy made a comment about immersive learning, and it's to me it's a close to immersive learning. However, it's one of these things like, oh hey, there's a dolphin and this guy's surfing along, so these words must have something to do with surfing and dolphin, without even knowing if any of the Japanese at all. So video games, especially RPG games, because RPG games also have narration, right? They also have narration, and RPG games can be deck builders. So all three of these things expose you to lots and lots of contextually relevant stuff. And I'm saying this because that's not the most popular genre right now. Most people would be shooting, playing an FPS, or doing a creative process like Minecraft, or playing a live service game, competitive live service game like Fortnite. So in those cases, rarely do you have to encounter any form of language. In fact, they are designed specifically so that a language barrier or a language understanding is less inclined. These are what we call, right, the mechanical games. And mechanical games, in my opinion, physical mechanical games are designed for it with intuition in mind. So the more approachable the intuition is, the more likely its success. So this also means anything obscuring like language and terminology is kept to a minimum. It's kept to a minimum. In fact, I feel like I'm reasonably observant. I find myself forgetting or not even noticing what things are. Like if I asked someone who played a lot of times, like a lot of shooters, what is the item called that does this? For the casual, it might actually be very difficult if I did not describe what the item does yet, or like what it intuitively does. And oftentimes what they do is they default to a standard mechanic. So for example, what are the flasks in Elden Ring called? I called them flasks because they're flasks from Souls games. Right? The Estus flasks. However, I haven't played Elden Ring. I barely played Dark Souls. I remember Estus flasks because most people refer to them as flasks. But what is the flask tech in Elden Ring? That kind of thing. So these default standards are a way to learn language, but at the same time, it reduces the need for new language. And deck builders fall under that guise too. A lot of people say like shield, energy. But like the most recent game that I played, this is impetus. Energy is impetus. And shield is block. So that's the kind of thing that I think learning a different language will become choice, right? Like, is your basic healing item in herb or herb for those overseas? And in herb, is it a pot? Is it a potion? What else? Is it there's a balm? I had a few games that use balm. Cure. Sometimes it's just plain heal. So I look forward to it. I really do look forward to it. Slow and steady though. I notice you get lazy where when you're reading the subtitles, you're not really listening intently to the voices. Oh, okay. I hear them, but I'm not listening to them, if that makes sense. Yeah. Here's the thing. I forgot to make a pretext for this, Valentine. I played through the game in English, and then I played through it in a different language. So I no longer need to read, like, I'm not incentivized to read the text anymore. The experience become like like it's separated from the English. So I don't know if that will affect your way or not, because I actually do end up playing through the games more than once. So it's the second time around. So when I watch a show or something, it's the second time around when I stop paying attention to the English and the subtitles. The first time I'm listening intently for the meanings and all that stuff. So that does involve reading and stuff as detailed as I can. And then the second time around, it's like, okay, well, I can close my eyes and even imagine the scene without the text being there in the first place. Blood Vial, best Souls healing item. Blood Vial. I don't play Souls games that much, so I don't even know what the Blood Vial does. And I can't tell you for the life of me what Wukong's healing items are. No idea. Spirit? It could be anything at this point. Yeah. With that said though, I think learning a target language will encourage me, at least me personally, encourage me to pay more attention now, because I definitely became a lot more complacent over the time. It's like, oh yeah, this is the stack mechanic. well, that's not what it's called in that game, but it's a stack mechanic. And this sometimes games make it so that they're consistent, like bleed, bleed, poison, corruption, burn. There's a condition wet. I don't know how there's wet. Like thick skin. Thick skin does not get used as much anymore. Instead, they use maybe fortify as opposed to thick skin, or shielded, or barricaded. There's so many, and soon we'll get to see all the Japanese versions. Like, what do they call a shield? And how many versions of shields are there going to be? In before all of it is katakana. I could actually see that. However, I think Blair is the one that shared this with me. If we're talking about script, right? If we're talking about script, it's whatever fits, in my opinion. I think Japanese developers tend to use like kana and kanji for like phonetic kanji, right? Phonetic kanji. Out of convenience, like out of like, does it fit? Does it look good? Aesthetically look good? So I have a feeling they swap scripts. Like, oh, I could write kana here because it looks nice in spacing with the like this whatever's below it or something. And if it's too like long or something, they can switch to kanji to create like a phonetic sound. So that's kind of like the sharingan art. Or they wanted to do it like get both and stuff. So I can imagine games that stylistically choose what type of script. I feel that's also true for English a lot of times. Very specific words are chosen for stylistic and thematic reasons, as opposed to like, oh yeah, this word is too long. Let's think of a shorter word to use here so that the UI looks a little bit better. That kind of thing. Or it fits the theme better. Like blood vial. You know? It could be red juice. You could call it a red liquid vial instead of a blood vial. Okay. 私にはたくさんの国? Yeah, 国に Oh, and here's a thing that Duo does. I'm not sure if it's like intentional or not, but whenever like a read has a link, can end up being next to a particle that has a repeated sound, they do that too. I'm not sure if that's intentional or not. It just seems so intentional. What is this? 友達がいる. How does that work? I have friends. I have lots of friends. I have many friends. In this wait. 私にはたくさんの国に友達がいる。I have many friends in countries? What? Am I being a pep? That sounds awful, doesn't it? Oh, I have friends in many countries. Taksan no kuni. I don't want to talk about it. I just thought of it as like lots of friends and lots of countries. I was looking for many in many. I was having like I have many friends in many countries. That's what I was looking for. But yeah, that it didn't modify friends. Even though it's friends, but that's fine.
国どの国に行った
English
こと
is
があり
hard,
ますか
guys. All right. English is hard.
どの国に行ったことがありますかど
ど
の
の
国
国
に
に
行った
あこと
ことが
がありますか
ありますかどの国に行ったことがありますか
So we got our major grammar, right? This is our grammar point for this unit.
私は外国語を勉強するのが好きなんです。
私は外国語を勉強するのが好きないで、好きなんです。好きなんです。Right. Like, yes. 好きな。And then, です。です。私は外国語を勉強するのが好きなんです。I like to, I like many foreign languages. In the Chinese section, 2 days ago, Duolingo was basically plugging itself. Like, I think Duolingo is the best app in for language learning or something. It's not for language, but I think Duolingo is a fantastic app or something like that, right? And then now, whenever they got the opportunity of expressing like language learning, you also learn all the phrases like this. It's kind of, some might say it's cringy, but I totally embrace it. I like many foreign languages. I can say that, yes. Or I like studying many foreign languages. Well, actually, where did study go? Oh, I like studying foreign languages. Sorry. You've seen that on some Japanese streamers too? Yeah.
外国語
外国語. I'm not surprised. Yeah, this section and yesterday, 2 days ago, my last session, Chinese session, was it Duolingo? Yeah, Duolingo. I think it's a really cute way of it worked out so well. Duolingo. I'm not sure which ling it is though. Duoling. I don't remember. Oh no. I'll have to check. Later. Just went go something no Suma Zubon Zupon I know. Brought to you by the sponsor year. Oh, is that how you write it? Oh. Sponsor. Oh, sponsor. No. Know what that is. Chinese does help though. Goran. Oh, Goran. Oh, yeah. Okay. Goran no sponsor. Oh. Oh, okay. 提供ってyes お送りしました Yeah, it's literally at the end. I mean, yes, but that does not make it any easier to read. この番組はバンダイと Doesn't make it any easier to read though.
書く
Kaku. When you don't know the kanji. Kaku.
浴衣
Yukata.
国
Kuni.
川
Kawa.
野球
Yaku.
私にはたくさんの国に友達がいる
What did I do? Oh yeah, I have friends in many countries. Oops. Okay. Hooray! All right.
旅館
Ryokan. Or wait, how does this fit into the theme of today? Did we get any other new vocabulary? No, I think that's it. Ryokan is the only one so far, right?
顔
Oh,
体
Karada. Oh, there, Oni.
国
Uni.
花
Hana.
旅
Ryokan.
旅館
Ryokan. Gotta remember, it's not the one with the water.
旅館旅館
家にいたい
Ie ni itai. Ne? I don't know why that's highlighted as new, but that's fine. This is not to be confused with itai. Itai.
いたい
The Thai form of iru, I suppose.
僕と行きたい
Boku
iki.
to. Oops.
行き
Boku
と
to itai.
たい
Oh, actually,
行き
ikitai.
僕と行きたい
Thai. Yeah, just Thai form. I want to go with you, I suppose. Do you want to? Oh, wait a minute. Do you want to go with me? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, bokuto. My bad. Yeah, boku. With me. Do you want to go with me? Interesting how that turned it out to be a question. Listen, there's an inflection at the end for a question. Yeah, I know. But without if you were to read this, it doesn't necessarily mean there's an inflection at the end. It can be both. So, thanks for clarifying. Yes, there's usually it's not an inflection, but more like an uptone. Because an inflection could go the other direction.
僕と行きたい
Yeah, so there's no. This one does not have as prominent, not as prominent. But intriguing.
ここで休みたい
Yasumitai. Fair enough. Okay, this one is Yasumitai. As opposed to supposed to say hey, they're going up.
「食べたくない」
Abetakunai.
「家にいるつもりです」
I disagree that there was an inflection at that other example. 家にいる oh つもり です. Right. This is the plan thing. 家にいる。家にいるつもりです。
この本はいいですが長いです。
この本はいいですが長いです。なんか、You lurk in during one of my Chinese. You just do the Duolingo course for the kanji. I don't know the word for it in Chinese. You just do the Duolingo course for the kanji. I don't know the word for it in Chinese. I just do the Duolingo course. To learn the kanji or the Chinese. I learn using Duolingo. If that's what you're asking. Just, I guess maybe when you mean just, you mean only. No, I don't only. However, I stream Duolingo. It's one of the things so far. It takes up most of my time. When time permits, I do other things. For now, in terms of Chinese, we're about less than a month till the end of the Duolingo Chinese course. And then we'll be playing video games in that time slot while doing the review exercises. この本はいいですか? 長いです。Intriguing. This is a... Wait. This book is good, but long. But it is long. Ooh. So we got two. We got two grammar things. Intriguing. As opposed to, what is they're gonna reintroduce demo. Like この本はいいです or この本はいいいい right いいでも長いです Curious.
あの旅館は安いですが汚いです。
あの旅館は安いですが汚いです Okay. Oh, do we have to... I think we have to include this whole thing, that traditional Japanese in. I think that's what they're going for there. You could say... Oh, no, that's tough. Not though. Sorry, that's the English thing. The reason why I chuckled is on a YouTube short, my algorithm fed me from one of the international couples. You stayed at one is very nice. Oh, I can imagine. I would love to chill out and hang out on like tatami, right? Like the futon experience and go like an onsen, probably have an onsen on the spot, right? At the location, maybe in the mountains, like Yamani, right? Yamani, something like that. It would be really nice. It sounds lovely. The reason why I chuckled here is I watch a lot of multinational couples, and one of the couples, it was a test for an Italian person who was learning English, and these were the words that the Italian was supposed to read out. I don't remember all of them. And I'm pretty sure I've spelled most of them incorrectly because my English is pretty terrible too. I don't even know if thought was in it. I'm not sure if thought was in it. Probably not. And when I thought about this is I did exactly what the dude did and thought this was though, but it was tough. After I double check, I'm like, oh wait, that's tough. When he was going through it, he kept chuckling like they're all the same. They all look the same. I'm like, yeah, I don't blame him. They look the same to me sometimes. Actually, I had a hard time figuring out, like, at first when he was trying to read this one, I was like, wait, what is that? Like, Truff? Looking at them makes me pronounce them all the same. Yeah, like, honestly. Oh, and this isn't the exact order. The order was supposed to make you start at the same. So it was deliberately ordered in a way where if you say tough, the next word is not uff. It's like ooh, oh. I like ooh. So uff, ooh, it kept cycling and I'm like, oh no. I mean, that's terrible. That's terrifying. Throw like a ditch? Yeah, I think it's yeah, like a bro, I don't know actually. Let me look this up. Like I actually don't know how to pronounce this on the spot. That's kind of how English makes me feel most of the time. Is it like trough? Is it like tra? Tro?
Trough.
Yeah, troth. Yeah, troth. Yeah, that is gross. I haven't used this word very often. Like troth. So I'm like, oh, okay. When you hear it, it's fine. I feel like it's how I feel about Japanese and Chinese at the moment. When you hear it, you're like, oh, okay, I know what you mean. And when I go to read it and use it, I'm like, I don't know what that is supposed to sound like. And obviously, I use English, primarily use English when I'm on stream, so it happens. I want to be clear that doing these things, have a smile on your face, right? Doing it, having fun, that's great. I don't mind people thinking like, oh yeah, like how could you mess this up? This is obviously tough, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, yeah.
この旅館は綺麗だが高い。
Actually, Oni, do you study Japanese, Chinese? Are you Chinese or Japanese? What are your interests, Oni? What's your background? Yesterday I had a Thanksgiving dinner, an American Thanksgiving dinner, and I was able to use some of the Chinese because I was able to speak the Chinese. I don't necessarily think I used any new Chinese. However, it was a French Chinese couple. So it was interesting to have hot pot like 火锅, right? 火锅 or 打边炉 next to this really interesting, it's kind of like fondue-ish, but it's not. Like you melt cheese and then you combine it with meats. They had a very specific cheese that was from France, and it was quite lovely. So you melt the cheese and you pour the cheese onto meat. I think they were different forms of ham, or like a form of ham. One, I am not very well versed in different cuts of ham, but one reminded me of salami, and one reminded me of like prosciutto, probably. And the French gentleman told me this is the first time he's ever seen someone eat hot pot next to, I forgot how he said it, because there's a lot of like the French, his French pronunciation is something I can't mirror, but I was like, yeah, that's me, all right. I like my American French fries, you know. I like my American French fries next to my mapo tofu, kind of thing. And my beloved, yeah. You have a friend about an hour north of Tokyo. At this point, pretty much the only reason why you're still on Japanese. Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. You have a friend. You guys meet regularly. I see. And that's, you know, if that's your only reason, there's no better reason, honestly. For another person, can't compete with that. One day maybe I'll also make a friend. I haven't decided, but I might try to apply for the JET program next year. It'll be interesting. It's worth, yes. It is definitely worth. Another person is totally worth. Friends for life, you know. Yeah, I don't know what the cheese is called. Actually, maybe I remember the cheese. Okay, real talk. French, it sounds great. However, whenever I have to remember a French word, it's like, okay, that's a French word, all right. And then that's it. That's all I get. So when he was describing the cheese, it was like English, then the French pronunciation of the cheese. And I'm like, okay, I think there's no way I'm gonna be able to spell it. Like, you know, he was describing the French wine, right? And I was looking at it, it's like, oh, okay. He pointed at it, it's like, I see those letters, and then he says it. I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna remember it later. That's absolutely, like, 90% absolutely positive I can't spell it. I can't spell it. Like, there's no way. It would be like there's 3 extra letters in there somewhere. So, something like that. Fondue. Man, I'm gonna be honest. I know jack about cheeses. I love cheese, but I am a what you call those? I'm a cheese tourist. I'm a cheese enthusiast. Like you can throw in like English versions, names of all of them. I'm okay with that. You know, the closest I get is like Parmigiano Reggiano, right? That's I can't even say that properly. So like that's as close. And then you get like mostly Italian cheeses. So I have no idea what French cheeses are. Like no idea. And then let's not get started with wines, right? Wine and cheese is a very cultural thing, you know, both Italian and French. In my area, lots of Italians and French. No idea. It's like, oh, that's a red wine, that's a white wine. It's like, oh, okay. Like that's it. That's as far as it goes. You know, I know a few like a I don't know, a Moscato, and I don't know why I'm saying it like Japanese, but Moscato, that's American, like American pronunciation. And then like, I don't know, a Prosecco or things that you hear in movies and films when people make fun of wines or do comedy related to wines. That's as close as it gets. It's very mellow, so it's not a stinky cheese, Blair. I don't know if you know of a French cheese that's not a stinky cheese. It was really wonderful. It kind of reminded me of yeah, it's not sharp at all. It complemented, it mellowed out the meats actually. So the ham is a bit like, you know, the ham had a lot of punch to it, and the cheese was mellow. It mellowed out the ham, the different types of ham. It was interesting. I really liked it. It was the words I specifically said after the person asked me do I like it or not was I really enjoyed how unadulterated it was. It was the components in its separate integrity, and it's very clean. Like it's not I can definitely tell that even though he's married to a Chinese woman, their palates are definitely really far apart, right? So on the one side, the French like meal constituted with potatoes, right? Whole baked potatoes, like shaved potatoes, but they're, and then you melt cheese and you place them on ham, different forms of ham and potatoes. And then on the other side, you have like a hot pot with like a tomato based thing with like 30 spices in there, and then a mushroom stock that has like 30 spices in there. And then you throw in your all sorts of cuts that typically probably not agreeable to a lot of people, like tripe, mushrooms I can't name because I don't know what the specific names are. I think at least one I know, enoki. There were enoki mushrooms, and I think we skipped on shiitake. I think there were some Korean king shrooms, like king mushrooms. I don't know what their name is in Korean. And then like yanro, right? Yanro, jiro, right? Pork. I was listening to them talking like fish balls and whatnot, fish cakes. Your girlfriend's dad is Italian and is constantly offering you wine. Talk about pearls to swine. Yeah. Pearls to swine. Interesting. Pearls to swine. Wow. I haven't heard that idiom in a while. Cast pearls. Wait, is it like, isn't that a biblical idiom? I might be talking out of turn. I don't actually know what that sentiment is. I think it's biblical, right? Caber or something. I know of that cheese. Not that cheese. Not that one though. The default to say all non-English words with a slight Japanese accent is hilarious. I feel like I started to do that with your Spanish. Yeah. So like the really sharp like to really gives it away because Spanish has a softer T, right? It's more Americanized, like it's closer to the American T. But whenever I say like Moscato, it's like I meant, and then the American way is Moscato. Yeah, Moscato. And then I don't know how Italians pronounce it. So don't ask me. It might be, I don't know, just the best phrase you knew. Oh, I see. I see. Can you tell me what that means? Talk about pearls to swine. Isn't it like giving fancy things to you feel humbled by the offering of nice like it feels like it's giving fancy things or constantly offering fancy things to people who don't engage in those fancy things. I think that's kind of the pearls to swine thing by my interpretation. Like I felt like when people offer you wine and stuff, it's like, oh, that's very cultured of you, but I'm not cultured enough to appreciate it. Like, oh, this is fancy. I don't want to be like too diminishing, but I can't taste how fancy this is. Like I don't have an appreciation for like a relative for how fancy this or like how special this is. The guy's son though expressed it. apparently when he was eating it, he made this comment like, yeah, it just feels like a meal back in France. They usually frequent back to France, and I'm like, oh well, that's good, right? Because I don't know what it's like. Like I can't appreciate how that cheese is incredibly special, as in it reminds you a bit of home, right? And I can imagine that, because if I sat down and I'm like slamming back some mapo tofu, I'd be like, yo, I feel like I'm 6 again. And then, you know, someone else would be like, why is my mouth on fire? And that's all they would remember. It depends who's saying it and how they say it, but yeah, sono I interesting. So an idiom. The read on that, what is that? Oh? Oh yeah, torida. Oh. I see. Sorry, my head went straight to itai, but it's only because of that one radical. Yeah, tori. Yeah, tori. Torida. Giving something to someone who's incapable of appreciating it. Yeah, tori. Nice. Hai, wakarimashita. Alright, let's continue with our chill Japanese session. I do really appreciate it. Like, I appreciate the gesture. So I think if there's anything that one is incapable of, like, reminiscing and stuff, appreciation for the gesture is quite a humbling experience. I don't usually like. I'm not the greatest at offering courtesy, at receiving courtesy. I prefer to be the one offering courtesy. It's kind of more of a habitual state. Like, I prefer to be the one hosting. However, my parents on occasion accept invitations, and I decide to come along this year. So being hosted is a very humbling experience. Usually my parents and I tend to be the people who prefer to host. It gives us like a lot of, without saying too much, like a lot of satisfaction or pride to be the people who are hosting.
この旅館は綺麗だが高い。この旅館
は綺麗。綺麗な。Oh, wait.
この旅館は綺麗だが高い。
綺麗だ
が高い。この旅館は綺麗だが高い。
Okay. So, yeah, this traditional inn is pretty but expensive. Yes, plain. It's difficult to accept it. I get you. I'm constantly worried about like being too demanding or something of the sort. Yeah, that it definitely goes both ways, right? And then like the thing is, my parents and I would be like, oh yeah, thanks. Like, oh yeah, you don't have to do that. I'll get this. But in the flip side, if you have lots of people, friends like you, they would be pressured to offer you the most like accommodations, like to make you feel comfortable and stuff. But in the reverse, it happens as well. So you have this, like, I'm gonna say charming because I'm used to it, where my parents would be resistant while they know full well that they would do the same exact thing, and their friends would be resistant. So then you're just sitting around saying like, oh yeah, that's no problem. Like, oh no, I'll get this. It's like, oh no, you don't have to. It's like, but I do, kind of thing. So you just keep going back and forth, and it's a common. It's like that's the holiday season. Like, legitimately in a household of, especially like Chinese household, that's the dynamics. You have a bunch of people you're hosting, and they're like constantly reluctant and grateful, regardless if they understand, right? Like, if they appreciate the thing is the idea that they're being hosted is sufficient. Like my parents could not like understand anything the other person's doing. That doesn't make them any less grateful and like resistant to constantly be catered to. And then at the same time, if they were in the flip role position, they would also be aggressively doing the same thing, and their friends would be aggressively resistant as well. So it's constantly like at least 30 to 40% of the time, it's like, oh no, you don't have to. It's like, no, I insist, and it just keeps going back and forth. And I sit there and I chuckle because that's kind of what it's like. Oh yeah, pretty but expensive. This is our new grammar point, Blair, for today. Ga. Which is it's a switch of tone, I suppose. I would call it a switch of tone, which comes off as but. Yeah, but is expensive.
病院に行きたくありません。
病院に行きたくありません。Wait. Oh no, we have another grammar thing. So let's see. Not anymore. So that hospital. Wait, not that hospital. I am not going to the hospital anymore. I do not want to. Oh. Because of ku. Oh, taku as in Thai form. Thai form negation. Oh, I do not want to go to the hospital. Wait. I do not want to go to the hospital. Yeah, that works. There's not. At first I thought that might be anymore, but it's not. So, yeah. Iki taku, and then you cut out nai. Interesting. So, ikitaku arimasen. Okay, so now we have 3 grammar points. I've seen it as a softer tone, but not used this way. Ah, okay. You can understand so much now. I'm glad to hear that. Glad you kept up with your Japanese, Blair.
この旅館に行ったことがありますか?
I appreciate the occasional like, I'm still alive, and I also continued being enthusiastic about language learning. Kind of nice. I love the every once in a while it's like, oh, it's been 3 months. I wonder where Blair is now. You know? I always appreciate the update. この旅館に行ったことがありますか? 行ったことがありますか? That's gonna take a while. Pausing in such a interesting place. 行ったことがありますか? 行った
この旅館に行ったことがありますか?
行ったことがありますか? この旅館にI kind of have to go to the bathroom. Right, plan. つもり。そう。家にstay.
いる。
いるつもりです。
です。
ね? I do not. Anymore was mo when it's negated. So, 歩きたく。もう歩きたく。たくありません。
ありません。
Right. Kind of like the other one. The Thai form negation, but dropping the nai and adding aru or arimasen specifically. And do not. Interesting. Kind of reminds me of like dewa. Dewa arimasen. In like a structured way. I plan to go to Canada this year.
カナダ
Whoops.
今年
Kotoshi. Oh no, wait, I do have Kotoshi. What am I talking about? I'm a pep. Kotoshi. I do have Kotoshi. Why did I think I didn't? Yeah, Kyonen, Nainen, and Kotoshi. It's been a while. It's been a long while. You can actually somewhat navigate a reservation in mostly Spanish? Dude. We're gonna have to like exchange Spanish notes in the future. It's coming soon. Not soon, but February. You know, February. Senior MAKU. Senior MAKU learn Spanish. Entienden? Entiendo? Entiendo español? I don't know. I forgot what learning is. I just stuck with entender, but I don't remember learning in Spanish. What is to learn in Spanish? It's not comprendo. Comprender. It might be entiendo. Entiendar. Entiender. Entender. Entiendar. Entender. Sorry. Entender. Is that to learn? No, it's understand. Dang it. Dang it. Learn Spanish. Oh, aprender. Of course it's aprender. What the heck? I'm so rusty. Of course. Yeah. Alright. Well, soon. That's in 3 months, Maku. That in soon. Yeah, that is soon. Yeah, soon. Soon TM. You've been flirting with Indonesian, but I want another course along with Duolingo, you know? Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, wait. Have you used Duolingo before, Oni? I wasn't sure because a lot of times I usually ask how you're engaging with your language. I didn't know usually. I should have asked. Have you ever used Wanikani? I'm actually kind of curious. This December I'm doing something for Wanikani, or like what I mean is I'm gonna start a project with using Wanikani, probably. So lots of people use Wanikani pretty successfully, so I'm kind of curious what the experience is like from my perspective. I do, but you really don't want to be the main thing. I see. Yeah, so I've been teasing this, and it's soon too. Soon TM, right? You asked if I only use Duolingo. I actually use a lot of other things sparingly. However, soon TM. I was under the impression that Wanikani gives away discounts. Or they have discounts, not giveaway. They have discounts on their lifetime one-time payment. And I like supporting projects that I believe in. So I believe in the Wanikani thing quite a lot. So during a winter sale, during Christmas, apparently there's a discount. That happened the last 2 years. I'm not sponsored by WaniKani, by the way. I have no affiliations with WaniKani. However, I do buy lifetime licenses when I can. I really do enjoy supporting projects the way I can, that I hear a lot about. So we're gonna go into our little foray of WaniKani at my leisure. So they offer a lifetime license. I will buy the lifetime license sometime in Christmas. So soon, TM. If it doesn't happen, I'll think about something. Right. Christmas discount politely at WaniKani for the holidays. Then yeah. I need to get over this last module of strengthening for the unit to finish section 2. Ah, okay. For kanji, if so, I have another suggestion. So WaniKani, yeah. What are your suggestions? If it starts with an A, probably not. I have other plans for this. If it starts with an A, our other projects start with LLMs, so we'll have other projects with LLMs. Right. Duolingo again, yeah. It's been Duolingo. I'm not sure if you're surprised by Duolingo again. It does, but it's a specific deck and we're thinking about the same. Yes, it is. And I've already made a comment about Anki decks. The only way I would be using Anki is if I create my own deck. Not being part of the creation process, it's not a creative process to use other people's decks. So for me, there is a project possibly in the future to make decks. I will probably make decks live as I'm consuming and farming other types of media. So no, probably not. Regardless of the deck. Usually it's part of the creative. I want to make it part of the creative process. Right. But yes, I imagine that's a very common suggestion that people make. Some sort of specific Anki deck that they prefer to use. I was actually asking my first question for this specific reason. I blasted through all of Joyo kanji in a summer. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Is Duolingo good for Japanese? If you're starting from 0, yeah, sure. Pretty reasonable. If you're already using an Anki thing or another form of SRS, it kind of just overlaps with them. If you want to take a break from your other SRS, then that's a fairly reasonable thing. So SRS, right? So if you're already Ankiing, that's probably sufficient. If you get bored and you want some review, maybe Duo is a suggestion. WaniKani is a suggestion. They're forms of SRS. Bushu is these are SRS categories. If you're already engaged in like comprehensible input, like graded readers, this is not the same experience. So if you're looking for a graded reader experience, probably not this. Probably something like Satori readers. How many kanji do I know so far? I'd say conservatively about 800. Something like that. We're around 800 now. Duolingo has yeah, I think it's approximately 1300. The last update, I suppose, like early 2024. At least that's what I heard. Yeah. Do you find Japanese easy or hard to listen to? I've listened to Japanese since I was 5. So no, in the sense of it's not hard to listen to. You're probably asking about comprehension. Well, if it's a little different. Like I feel Japanese at the moment. So when you mean hard, probably hard to translate or transliterate or something. Yeah, that's probably hard. When it comes to like understanding the essence of Japanese, then that not particularly. Like if I sat there and they were talking in a scene or something, I'm like, okay, well, that must be about this and largely about this. That's pretty okay. It's how I process Chinese too. Obviously now the goal is to construct and create and lead conversations in Japanese and Chinese, which involves not being. My parents are not Japanese. My parents are Chinese though. That's why we're learning Chinese and Japanese. Chinese and Japanese, we have been listening. Myself personally have been listening since I was able to comprehend what a language is, I suppose. English is my outside language. English is my outside language. So after 18 years of age, or like school uses English. Outside my immediate family, we use English. Oh, except for my sister. My sister also uses English. My generation uses English. For the most part. Are you interested in Japanese? Actually, have I already asked you if you're... I'm not sure if your name looks familiar. Are you a Japanese enthusiast? 今年カナダに
行
ったつもりです。
です。
Oh, wait. I used the wrong tense. I was like, oh wait, they're planning on going. They plan to go, not they planned to go. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold. So this is an English problem. Not a Japanese problem, but an English problem. When I think of plan, I usually think of planned in the past tense. Oh yeah. Oni. Yeah, we're talking to two different groups, yeah. Usually people find out by then. Yeah. Welcome to the Twitch side of things.
今年
今年に行く。行く妻。
です。
Canada. So here's a funny thing. The error I made here is because of my English tendencies. When I say I plan to go to Canada this year, I often think of I planned, as in like I planned. Actually, I think I don't even know if plan. This is an English part, right? Planned. I planned to go to Canada this year. However, plan can also be like future tense, where like or even current present tense, and I don't know. When you planned something in the past, it's fine.
強くなりたい。
Shake it up. Reminded you to do your Duolingo today. You will maintain your 170. Nice. Keep on going. Nari tight. Stronger. Oh hey, Valentine used this recently, I think. I'm pretty sure Valentine used this exact phrasing. Maybe? Oh no, maybe not, because there's no desire. Maybe. Valentine been sharing with me their fitness journey, a little bit of their fitness journey, and Valentine tries to like use Japanese or what Japanese they know, and I try to decipher it, and I'm pretty sure it was kind of like this. Chioku naritai. Maybe not this particular conjugation. Right? I want to be stronger. Right? How does that function? So, okay. Yeah.
強くなりたい
So, chiyo, yi, fu, and then put nari in between tai. Interesting. I think now we have 4 grammar points. So, chiyoku naritai. Can you give me another adjective, please?
後でやります。
No, not yet. 後でやります。やります。やる。Is this the return? Or do? Oh, yeah, yaru. The yaru has many meanings. Yaru has many meanings. This is from 2 units ago. I'll do it later. Yarimasu. 後でやります。
チケットは後で買います。チケット
はね？
後で
チケットは後で買いました？買います？買います？
買います。チケットは後で買います。
仕事の後映画を見た
Oh, 仕事の後。Yeah, old phrase. 仕事の後映画を見た。Now we're in the past. This is another grammar point. Past plain, right? Past plain form, which we haven't actually used up to this point. Too often. 見た。Oh. Right. I saw a movie after work. Which one do you want? The or A? Oh, they wanted A.
韓国に行きたかった。
韓国に行きたかった。行きたかった。行きたかった。行きたかった。行きたかった。
韓国に行きたかった。
行きたかった。
韓国に行きたかった。
行きたかった。I'm just no good at this. We'll work at it continuously. Work in progress. Wait. Hold up. So now we're doing past tense I form, right? So I want it to go. This is a review. I wanted to go to Korea or South Korea. Very specific. 行きたかった。行きたかった。行きたかった。行きたかった。Let's go.
韓国に行きたかった。
Progress.
夏はだんだん暑くなります。
Dandan. Dandan. Alright, well, we have our second new vocabulary. Thanks to Ryokan. Dandan. Looking at you, Dan. So yeah, Natsu wa dandan dandan atsuku narimasu. So it's probably describing a degree of hotness. So it gets hotter and hotter in the summer. Yeah. So dandan. Oh, that's interesting. Or is it?
だんだん暑く。
Yeah, dandan atsuku. Atsuku narimasu. So naru. Repeating. I love that one. Dandan. Yeah, repeating. Interesting. Year lai ye. Year lai ye. Or year. Year is the Chinese equivalent. You say year and then place something in and then say year again. Which is kind of like this structure, basically, this structure. So year, you can say year, year. So it's the reverse where like more, hot, more. So hotter and hotter. At least that's how I would go about it in Chinese. Year, year, year. The closest thing I can think of. And not, it doesn't function exactly like this, but that's kind of interesting. Huh. Hotter and hotter. Dandan. Interesting. Dandan atsuku. Atsuku. And then this is naru. Okay.
飛行機のチケットはだんだん高くなります。
Oh, okay. And then they show both. Obviously. Dandan. It would show both if it's often, if it's scripted, like when you have scripts, if it bounced between the two, then they would show both.
だんだん。
Yeah. That's the Duolingo way. There's dandan. So, 飛行機のジャケットはだんだん高くなります。高くなります。Plane tickets are, oh, this is a deep cut. Plane tickets are getting more and more expensive. I know this because I had to I had to find a plane ticket for my mother. She's traveling overseas soon. No, there's Sub-Zero. Are you done with your exams yet?
冬はだんだん寒くなります。
冬
冬
はだんだんね。
だんだん冬はだんだん寒くなります。
寒くないなります。寒くなります。
なります。
Gets colder and colder in the winter.
寿司を食べたかった。
Got one in 5 hours. Last one. 18th of December. What the? Makes me question if you even get ready for Christmas. Listen, Sub-Zero. Christmas is the entire month of December. How could you have an exam on the 18th of December? That's unacceptable. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. They really said study before break there, or did you get a break? Yeah, I know, right? Like 18th. Wow. 7 days before Christmas. That's a long time. I mean, like, that's going into December. I'm joking, obviously. Being being in the United States, you often get this feeling like immediately after Thanksgiving, it's pretty much Christmas. It's Christmas all time, every day, from Thanksgiving all the way to the 25th, and then you continue to party because then the New Year's rolls around. Your husband already has his Santa hat on as of today. Yeah. That sounds about right. You don't mind it, but I don't like the exam today. Exams on Saturdays are weird. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. It's Friday, isn't it? Or now is your Saturday. Yeah. Interesting. January, Christmas 2, Electric Bungalow. Yeah. Yep. And also remorse and regret for the New Year's. What I mean is, the holidays are over. The sobering period. You keep exclaiming to my family that in 50 years, the last 3 months of the year will be constant, omnipresent holidays. Yeah. In fact, I was watching watching a Lost in a Pond, the Lawrence from the UK. He was talking about how he made the same comment about the realization that for a while in his childhood, because he lived in the UK, he had this really wholesome story about his father and giving him gifts. So he watched like things about American culture through television or through movies, and for the longest time he thought Thanksgiving, right, in his youth as a British person, in his youth, that Thanksgiving was Christmas, because there are things that are superficial, and he talked about a very specific movie that were depicting very similar like imagery with Christmas. But since he lived in the United States for like 16 plus years now, he had this really wholesome realization that basically when Thanksgiving comes, you're in holiday mode for the rest of the year. And sooner or later, it's just gonna be like the last third of the year. I would. That's no exaggeration. Last 3 months, just straight up holidays, all day, every day. Literally all of November has felt like one holiday from Halloween to pre-Christmas. I know, right? Like immediately when Halloween ends, somehow all the neighbors were able to add touches of Thanksgiving, right? Thanksgiving, but yesterday as I came back, like the day as I went out for a run, I noticed like immediately all the Thanksgiving decorations disappeared and all the Christmas lights went up in one day, because I mean I run every day, right? So I skipped one day, which is for Thanksgiving. And immediately when I come back this morning, I was running and all the Christmas lights are up. Like everyone's like, those who are expected to have Christmas lights already have all their Christmas lights. I'm like, okay. I feel like I should go buy like a Santa hat or something and then like jog in a Santa hat at this point. You know, that it's like, I like it. You need to decorate your apartment for Christmas, actually? Oh, slacking off, Blair. You're already one day too late. For shame. I was so late to doing it and taking it down last year. I joked about this before, but you know how LED lighting is so in? Back in my day, I know it's not that long, I'm not that old, but back in my day, those fancy LED strips, they used to be Christmas lights. Unintentionally, they used to be Christmas lights. If you know what I mean. Like they just modernized it. LEDs are just modern, which you might be thinking, nah, people still hang out Christmas lights. There are some really impressive LED displays now. Where what I mean is they look like Christmas lights, but they're like the same type of LED modernization here where it's controlled. So all the LEDs now, like the lights that they have, that people have, are like synchronized and like patterned and like created in formation. So now the lights are like not just bright and blink on and off. Most of them like blink in patterns and whatnot. Times have changed, you know. You gotta up your Christmas game. Gotta up your Christmas light game. But I thought about it for a while. I thought some people had wonderful atmosphere, you know, the Atmo in their cams, in their backgrounds. And I saw the moment when I was thinking, wow, these guys are making a lot of money off modernizing Christmas lights. And you know, there's a silver lining. They're less likely to be a fire hazard. I don't know about you or how old your Christmas lights are, but whenever I imagine the devastating, like chaotic look of a bundle of Christmas lights, I immediately just think, man, that there's a chance that's a fire hazard. And these types of like LED strips nowadays are like, yeah, it's fine. You're good. You do have the perfect setup to have a Christmas theme in the back. I know, right? Unfortunately, the cam doesn't capture specific lights really well, but we could change the color of the lights too. Your candle collection's more of a fire hazard, let's be real. Oh yeah, candles, right. Now they have LED candles. So you can, you know, make a scene like from Game of Thrones' Sanctuary or something with LED candles. I know it's not the same, but you could put like hundreds of LED candles. I could hang like, you know, 100 tiny LED candles in the back, and it'd be like all sorts of mood without the fire hazard. Well, there might be an electrical fire hazard though. I thought about hanging something. So I might get I don't know where my cam is situated right now. I might get like maybe somewhere here. I might hang like a LED lantern or something, like a paper lantern or something. I had thought about getting some paper lanterns and hanging them from the roof. Might be a bit of a mood. And holiday spirit. It can go 24/7 if you want. Yeah, paper lanterns are wonderful. If anyone's interested in the Japanese culture, for example, especially the Japanese culture, paper lanterns. That's the way. That's how you vibe in your room. Put up some glow in the dark star stickers if you want. Right? And oftentimes paper lanterns emit their light going up. So like there's usually an opening at the top. So you can put like glow stars underneath the paper lanterns, and then they will like charge the glow stars. I thought about all that type of setting before. Or you can buy a few torch lights. Torch lights are those things that bowl up, right? And then shoot light to the top, and it's kind of like it kind of creates like a mood, a big mood. One has to be very comfortable. Like I hope you guys are spending your times and stuff in a very comfy place. I think it goes a long way. Make your space that you spend most of your time as comfy as possible. Obviously, if it's for productivity, make it as comfortable, appropriate for productivity, but definitely try to make your space comfortable. I think it goes a long way. It affects your mood. Like being comfortable when you want to be comfortable makes everything else a lot easier to approach, in my opinion. Like your energy levels and all that. It makes like work not as grueling. There's so many things that go into improving your quality of life. You just work better. You do everything, quote unquote, better when you feeling good. You've been wanting to get one of those projectors that make the ceiling the star system? Oh, yeah. You can buy cheap things though to do that. They work pretty well. You can buy like balls that have like hexagon patterns. You can buy a fairly higher quality LED one, but you can buy a diffracted ball thing and they look like this pretty much. And what they do is they just shoot light through these into, and they shoot it in a direction that's not like directly parallel, and they just shoot into the sky. So when you put it next to like a wall or a corner or something, and then a little bit high up, it will reflect all these panels onto the surrounding area. And they're like glorified LEDs with a thing. Or you can make one, right? You could place an LED and then use paper and stuff and create like a checkered pattern or something, and it just reflects. It's kind of like paper lantern-y, like, too. So can definitely do that. It's too cold. Oh, sorry to sorry to hear that. I have a right next to me, like right off screen. I have a hot cold device. So whenever I turn it on, like I try to stay as comfortable as possible, right? And when I'm sleeping, I have it programmed. This is a programmable hot cold device. So it cools me down for like a couple hours, and then it's programmed to wake up and heat up as I need to get out of bed. So a lot of times people talk about it's difficult to either get to sleep or difficult to get out of bed, especially when the season changes to an extreme temperature. Oftentimes nowadays there are quite convenient compact devices where you can place them right next to your bed, and you can program them with a schedule, so they would keep you cool and then they turn off, and then they would turn back on to heat you when you get out of bed. It gets you whatever gets you out of bed as well, right? And nice. These are devices, I would say, if you have the luxury, right? If you have the luxury, the money, maybe like utilities or access to these, it goes a long way. If you can get to bed early, or if you can sleep well early, and you can get out of bed without like having the cold keep you in bed, which is really tough. It is very rough when it gets colder. That's what I think about when people say too cold. Having a heat source, like a temporary heat source, so that you can leap out of bed without feeling like you want to rush back into bed, gets your day started so progressively earlier, and you have to use it every day. So it's a device one would invest quite a lot of money in, because you use it every day. Little things like that, I think it's worth the money. Like bad days of sleep and then not wanting to get out of bed is a tough one to overcome. What is this phrase?
寿司を食べたかった。
Oh, just kidding. Sushi o tabetakatta. Okay, so now we're formally introducing this. So at first, I thought it might be one-off. This was introduced. Our first one was Hairu, I think. Hairu was used only once in like 9 units ago. I think it's over like 9 units. It's almost been a month since we've seen this. So now we are seeing it with everything, which is to conjugate the Thai form in the past tense. It's 44 degrees Fahrenheit here right now. The heater keeps our front desk at 73-ish, which just sends you to sleep. Oh yeah, 73. That's a ripe. That's comfortable. When I sleep, I get in and then I set it to like, I expect it to drop fairly low. It's like maybe 66 degrees Fahrenheit, 67 degrees Fahrenheit. So it might chill a little if it's too warm. And it's only for 30 minutes. I'll be out by 30 minutes or less. I try to get it. I try to shorten the duration as much as I can. It kind of correlates with how quickly I go to bed. So it used to start for like an hour. I used to keep like a temperature that I'm comfortable in sleeping for an hour, but then it's become 30 minutes or less. Getting up is the same way. Sometimes it took me a bit, like 10 minutes to get up. If I take a warm bath before I go to bed, I sleep faster, especially in this colder weather. I can imagine. Yeah. Oh, and I got new pajamas coming. I decided, nah, I don't want to wait. And there's no promo on these pajamas. I wanted to show the, like, I was gonna buy pajamas which had etched, like, evergreen patterns in them. So there's these, like, little etched tree patterns on them. It's kind of the holiday season, but they're more like evergreen. So this was all over the pajamas. I thought that would be kind of fun. And it was green. I kind of like that. But turns out, no promos. No promos on any of these. So these holiday pajamas are no promo. So unfortunately, I'm like, it's okay. I don't want them that much. So we went with Heather. Heather Gray. Heather Gray. So heather for some texture. Heather charcoal gray. I did want some fun ones. I was gonna go green, but it's okay. Heather doesn't come in green. And then I didn't want a solid color. Solid color is boring. Sorry, folks. I'm not saying the people who wear solid color are boring. I wanted something that isn't a solid color. I'm like outside of my solid color phase now. I think I'm becoming that old the middle-aged man that likes to wear fairly flamboyant, slightly more flamboyant clothing, or a touch of eccentricity, as opposed to walking around constantly wearing gray and solid colors every day. So now we have pajamas. White luxury pajamas. All season pajamas. For the record, I don't know if it's apparent, but pajamas don't have to look like what people imagine. I'm wearing pajamas right now. Like, that's what I've been wearing most of the time. So it doesn't have to look weird. Although I wouldn't mind finding pajamas that look weird, just for the sake of not looking typical or conservative. I don't want people to start thinking I'm incredibly formal, which I try to be. Anything in your closet that aren't jeans or pajamas friendly? Oh. Fair enough. Fair enough. What do they call them now? I found a new word to my lexicon. Loungewear. I like this word now. So I start searching up for loungewear. I call these indoor clothing. So I have indoor clothing. And indoor clothing is fewer than outdoor clothing. I have like 2 to 3 set indoor clothing. So whenever I walk in to the place that I live, I wear indoor clothing. I wear loungewear. And then outdoor clothing, I keep about a little over a week's worth of outdoor clothing. Although nowadays I actually don't go out very often for 7 sets. But I still have them hanging somewhere. But usually I have a very minimum wardrobe. All the wardrobe that I have now when I replace them and stuff is with like stuff that will last me for the rest of my life, because I don't expect my body to change that much anymore unless I really lose it. I don't think I'm gonna really lose it. Hopefully not. Yeah, loungewear is fantastic. I think that's a great way, a great category. I know it might be expensive or maybe it's some extra cost, but definitely have people you gotta make your home as comfortable as possible. So investing in like 1 or 2 pieces of excellent loungewear, oh man, that's like extra nice, because you have to come home, right? You want to come home. So I would say my daily wear is more, I can jump up and throw a shirt on and go to work. Yeah. That's more or less how you go about it. I wear collar shirts, so it's usually a polo shirt. You throw on a polo shirt and you go, and some pants. My pants are usually like chinos. I wear chinos as opposed to jeans. Largely because I'm more of a lighter fabric kind of person, so I wear chinos as opposed to denim, like heavy denim. I actually don't own a pair of jeans. I actually haven't owned a pair of jeans in, it's a long time when you have to think about when was the last time you wear a pair of jeans. 13? So I'll do the math for you. It's been 24 years since I wore a pair of blue jeans. After wearing scrubs almost constantly for work for like 4 years, I hate jean texture or anything I feel like I can't breathe in. Yeah, I wear joggers if I'm going jogging, so it's like synthetic stuff, like a bit of spandex on the side, and then they still hug you, but it's breathable. So I wear a lot of breathable performance fabrics. And then if I go to work and stuff, it's chinos. Usually chinos or linen, some sort of linen type, as opposed to denim. I have heard from other people that denim can be stretchy and whatnot, but I haven't found any incredible inspiration to go out of my way to wear denim, like heavy denim.
週末はテレビを見たり買い物に行ったりします。
週末はテレビを見たり買い物に行ったりします。Interesting. What type of pad do I use? I use a CTL 472. A Wacom CTL 472. Let me double check the last two. Yeah, 472. Looks like this. Right. That's just 3mm. This is 3M, M3, sorry. This is M3 paper on top. Because texture gives it a little bit more, and it protects the surface of the tablet. So your usual stuff. So wait, is this a 6th grammar point? So I see it. Oh, I see that it's kind of comparing it. So interesting. Like, I like to go shopping. I like to do shopping. I like to go shopping and on weekends, I like to do shopping and watch TV. Wait. 週末はテレビを見てり、買い物。I keep trying to think it's saying, I like to go shopping for things I saw on television or I see on television, but the English is not checking out here, the English choices. Do I saw no like. I go shopping and yeah, yoga pants at like where is a more form-fitting go-to, and you only like your jeans secondhand, honestly, stretched out and worn. And to get better at your particles. So there's a grammar thing here that tells me I go shopping. On weekends, I go shopping and watch TV. That's all I have. Let's see what they say. That's all I got. What are they trying to do? On weekends, I do things like watch TV and go shopping. This is English, I tell you. Wait, when I read that in Japanese, all I get is on weekends I go shopping and watch TV. But on weekends I do things? Where do things come in? I guess suru, because suru's there, right? I do things. And then like, oh, is that what the ri is for? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, I could get behind that actually. Because I see the go shopping and I see the watch TV. And then they both have D. D must be connecting it to suru. And that's why they're saying I do things like watch TV. Huh. Okay, fair enough.
チケットを買いたかったです。
チケット買いた、oh no. 買いたかったです。I wanted to buy a... I should not be struggling over Coco で編集に乗りますか? Oh, yeah, no. Oh, Tensha. I said Tenshu, sorry. Tenshaに乗りますか? I will do it later. Let's see. Sorry, I still have like this cough I've been trying to recuperate from.
後で
後でやります。
やます。
Yes. It gets colder and colder. Dan dan. I like the word dan dan. It's very Chinese.
僕、僕、冬、
冬はだんだん寒く、how do they went with it? They went to ku and nari, narimasu. 寒くなります。
なります。
Yeah. So we have like 6 grammar things, right? Because this is different too. This is using naru and then using a different form using a different form of the adjective.
飛行機
飛行機のチケ
チケット
飛行機のチケット
は
だんだん
高く
なります。Sorry, I'm going over the grammar points that I remember. I don't think I'm going to be able to remember all of them.
便利
I should have pulled up a notepad at this point. Okay, hold up. Oh, we finally have bendy. That's okay. We knew bendy for a while now. Okay. So we have ga, the big butt. I'm gonna say e.
便利国体
Sorry, I was still muted. Okay.
旅館
ね。Right.
便利
この本は難しくて面白くないです。
この本は難しくて Interesting. Now to rest because 2 exercises took 4 of my hearts. Yeesh. Okay, so this is so ku. Now this is a different ending. So muzushikute. That looks like a conjunction. Oh, this is a repeat actually. This is a conjunction of... Oh, it's not a repeat. It's a ku. It's a past tense conjunction. Past tense adjective conjunction. Now, it's showing me how to do that. So it makes sense because you can... The present tense is to not use ku. So like 難しいってして面白い面白い just 面白いです. So now we're doing... Yeah, now we're doing... Oh, this is negation though. Wait. Does that mean they're both negative? And then this one... This is actually conjunction for non-pass negation. We didn't do kata at the end. Or... Yes. Oh, wait. Non-pass negation adjective conjunction. So, right? This is not... This is not difficult and interesting. What things? Oh, この本は... This book is not difficult and interesting. Okay. So, この本は難しくて面白くないです. You might be learning leaning on the domoji as a crutch and it annoys me that you notice that. Steady progress. Oh no, it is separate. Okay. So here's the test, right? This was my test. I didn't know if it meant this, as in not difficult and interesting, as in like both, or do you have to say not difficult and not interesting versus it is difficult and not interesting versus not difficult and interesting. So at first I thought maybe this is carried like this, but it is not. It is actually... So I would imagine then I could place nai here, possibly, and then add a te. We'll see. I'm sure they'll give me an example at some point.
彼女の家は大きくて高い。
彼女の家は大きくて高い。大きくて高い. Okay. So plain. So this is the plain form. The last form was normal. So her house is big and expensive. I was gonna say big and tall, but that I immediately imagine a house person, like a person big and tall.
猫は小さくて可愛いです。
猫は小さくて可愛いです. Okay. Yeah, so now it's showing nothing yet. It has not shown me the other way around yet. So this is you have to conjugate, and they're using e adjectives. This is e adjectives only so far. So this is non-pass e adjective conjunction so far, with a negative adjective as the second thing. I haven't seen the negative adjective first yet. So like saying 小さくないって可愛いです. I have not seen that yet, so I'm expecting to see it. The cat is small and cute. Okay.
彼の犬は小さくて可愛い。彼
の What? 犬は
小さく
て可愛い。
可愛い。
私たちの学校は大きくて新しいです。
Nope, still no example. 私たちの学校は大きくて新しいです。私たちの学校は大きくて新しいです。Oh, wait, no. Oh, I already have it. I missed the is.
私の辞書は小さくて便利です。
Nope. Still no example yet. 私の辞書は小さくて便利です。そう。
便利。
彼のパソコンは大きくて便利じゃない。
Okay, じゃない。So, bendy is an non-adjective. It's a non-adjective. So that's why it's じゃない. Did not get an example yet where the non-adjective comes first. So we're still missing that. It's probably in the next lesson set, not this one. Like, it's the next lesson. Set of prompts. 彼女のパソコンは大きくて便利じゃない。So, all this still checks out. Is and not convenient. Double is. This computer is big and is not convenient.
コンビニは便利で安い。
コンビニは便利で安い。Oh, right. Yeah. De. De is used for non-adjectives. Now we have the non-adjectives, which we had before, but I have to remind myself as an adjective. So non-pass. Okay. Past. Na. Adjective. Conjunction.
このお土産は綺麗で安いです。このお土産は綺麗で安いです。このお土産は綺麗で安いです。
田中さんは明るくて親切な人です。
Sorry. Sorry. How long was I muted? So, I must keep hitting the plus. I don't know how long I've been muted, but so this is interesting part. So, in this case, not super long. Okay. So in this place, this is different, and I'm not sure if this comma is something that is common to English speakers anymore. Here, I can see why they placed the comma, right? They're suggesting that bright, as in like a bright individual, and then important, right? This is a bright, important person, not necessarily, and or I guess bright is also cheerful. I'm not sure if they're gonna, yeah, they probably use and here. So not entirely sure people make the distinction anymore, but when you say bright, important in writing person, it's not the same as bright and important person. At least that's not how I learned before. This is bright and important person. This is bright person, important person. Like this way. However, in this case, I don't think the translation distinguishes it. The reason why there's a comma there, in my opinion, is it's because it's a bright, important person, as opposed to bright and important person. It probably translates to Mr. Tanaka-san wa akarukute, right? So he's a probably cheerful and oh, that's not taisetsu. That's insetsu. My bad. Insetsu. That's also friendly, or like kind. Insetsu. Shinsetsu. Sorry, shinsetsu. Shinsetsu, not not taisetsu. Shinsetsu. Shinsetsu no. Going off how it feels as a native, commas are just there so you don't repeat and 500 times as you pile on adjectives. Yeah, going off how it feels as a native so you don't have to repeat. Yeah. I say going off as well. Oh wait, as Japanese or English? I use this. How often do I use this? I usually avoid using compound adjectives, actually, or like saying compound adjectives too much. Well, English, as you're a native English speaker, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you speak other languages, so I think this convention might not necessarily be unique to English, so we have to be careful about generalization, right? Or at least I don't usually like being presumptuous about things. So this is kind. This is shinsetsu na. Yeah. So my question, often as a non-native speaker for Japanese, obviously, is if you remove this comma, it still reads the same way. So in this case, it's an extra character. However, I would kind of naturally pause here to begin with. So the comma might suggest a pause too.
田中さんは明るくて親切な人です。
Right. 田中さんは明るくて
田中さんは明るくて親切な人です。
明るくて親切な人です。Right. So they pause there. And in speech, I would also pause there. Like, Mr. Tanaka is a cheerful, kind person. Versus Mr. Tanaka, Tanaka is a cheerful and kind person. Which you often put the emphasis on and a lot of times anyways. Like, hey, this is fast-paced and engaging. Versus this is fast-paced, engaging, but since you need something to modify, like say this is a fast-paced, engaging game, right? You still pause on the comma. So it's both a fast-paced game and engaging game. So then there's the whole like inserting a both. I don't know where that goes in Japanese, but we'll see. I imagine in Chinese you're gonna do like something like duo. Not door, sorry, not door, sorry. Do, using do instead. Maybe. Possibly this. Something like this. Both? There. So Mr. Tanaka is both a cheerful and a kind person. Don't know where it goes in Japanese, or if they even do that.
今日の天気は暖かくて晴れています。
Yeah, see, now they're demonstrating that without a pause. So, in this case, there's no object here. So that's interesting as well. Like, well, there is an object sort of, but there's no like modifier for these things. Like directly after. There's an existence of something, but there's no like person or something like that. That's interesting. Curious. 今日の天気は暑いかくて晴れています。The weather is okay.
私は猫好きで走るのが大好きです。
私は猫好きで Wait. Whoa. Oh, that's cute. 私は猫好きで That's kind of cute. 好きで歩くno 走るのが好きです。So I am a cat lover and I love to run. A cat lover, that's funny. 猫好きでOkay, so now it is being used as multiple Huh. Yeah, they're going ham on sentence construction now. I think it's been like this the last 2 units. So really few vocabulary words. And very few things. So let's see. This kind of reminds me maybe like So one topic. There's one topic, but 2 things you like. Actually, the Nekoskide is not the same. And Daisuki. Sorry, I missed the Daisuki. 2, let's say or multiple what do you call that? Multiple topical phrases, multiple clauses about topic for now. That's what it looks like to me. So like, 私は then 猫好きで right? 猫好きで、走るのか大好きです right? It's 2 separate clauses describing what you like, or 2 things about 私は right? So, and it kind of reminds me of, because it's not linking any other things at the moment.
この本は難しくて面白くないです。
How did I screw this up? Oh, right. The test. Right. This book is difficult and not interesting. Interesting. Lots going on.
一周
Issue. Oh, it's not Ko. It's Issue. Oh, that's not Ko. Wait. Oh, excuse me. Oh no, I misread this earlier in the guidebook too. Okay. Just kidding. What am I thinking of? Hold up. I need to Oh, yeah. No. That's not even close. I read it as Ko because I was thinking of Ko. Yeah. No, not even close. I was thinking of it as the counter Ko. Japanese has become... It's overdrive now. I think we're gonna have to slow down in the future. If they're this dense.
一周
Issue. Are we still talking about like issue like 1 week? No, it can't be that. We'll see. This is
変 旅館
ryokan
便利
bendy
国
okay. Issue.
一周
私は去年海外に行った。
Oh, kaitai. Kaitai works. We know kaitai already. That's fine. Outside waters, right? Outside seas, overseas. Kaitai. 私は去年海外に来た。I mean, 行った。I keep saying 来た。行った。I went abroad 去年。
夏休みに海外旅行に出かけるつもりです。
Okay. 夏休みに
夏休みに海外旅行に出かけるつもりです。海外
旅行海外
旅
行に
夏休みに海外旅行に出かけるつもりです。夏休みに海外旅行に出かけるつもりです。 出かける。
出かける。出かける。Oh, 出かける。
つもです。
つもりです。出かける. Ooh, haven't heard that in the plain form yet. 出かける. 出かけるつもりです. So I plan to hang out or plan to go out overseas during summer vacation. I tend to take an overseas trip. Oh yeah, that's fair. An overseas trip. And take, yeah, that's fair enough. Take an overseas trip during summer vacation. Fair enough. Fair enough.
海外旅行をするのは好きですか？
海外旅行するのは好きですか？Do you enjoy? Okay, fine. I'm like, do you like? Enjoy? Fair enough.
アイヌの人に会いました。
Ainu? Ainu no hito ni aimashita? I don't.
アイヌ。
I'm too uncultured for this. Ainu. What region are we talking about? Northern Japan and southeastern Russia. Oh, right. Yeah, Hokkaido. And the Tohoku region. Honshu. Ainu. I think someone mentioned it only once though. Once or twice. Too uncultured for this.
僕は日本を一周したいです。
I didn't realize they use katakana. Interesting. 僕は日本を一周したいです。一周。No way.
一周したいです。
一周? To travel around? Oh my gosh, I was nowhere in the neighborhood. What the heck? Ishu? Oh no. That's tough to remember. I don't have any context for that. Ishu shitai desu. I feel like this is kind of like the first couple months of Chinese. Just like everything feels like you only have 2 or 3 examples of everything constantly going. Issue. I imagine this will be included, right, in the kanji section.
この辺に映画館はありますか？
この辺に映画館はありますか? Okay. Yeah, the kan to be introduced because ryokan is one of the new vocabulary words. Issue into hen. Okay. Fair enough. Kono hen ni.
この辺にいいレストランはありますか？この辺にいいレストラン
はありますか？
ありますか？
この辺にコンビニはありますか？
Okay. Don't I've gotten this problem so many times where they constantly include convenient and convenience. Whatever store comes up. And occasionally I click on convenient. I knew people live in they literally do.
彼女
Oops.
彼女アイヌ
アイヌの人
女の
人は北に住んでいます。住んでいます。Right. アイヌの人に会いました。アイヌの人は日本にいます。日本 wait. No. 日本にアイヌの人maybe 日本にはアイヌの人がいます。Really? Really? Oh, wait. No, really? Are they really doing that? No. 日本にはアイヌの人たち Oh my gosh, they're putting it after たち I mean 人 Dang it. That's right. Fine. I'm okay.
日本にはアイヌの人たちがいます。
That's fine. Oh, okay. I thought there was one more lesson. The last lesson is review. So let's try to get all the grammar points, right? There's quite a lot of grammar points in this one.
私にはたくさんの国に友達がいる。
Was there one here? 私にはたくさんの国に友達がいる。No. This one I just screwed up. アイヌの日本にはアイヌの人たちがいます。
この本は難しくて面白くないです。
Did I write a note about this? Using te after non-pass e adjective conjugation te? No, we're good. I did not see an example of a negative adjective coming before or both negative adjectives conjugating with te or even both non-adjectives, two non-adjectives, the negation of two non-adjectives. So I guess they're just avoiding that for now. So no negation yet in the first position. Just non-pass e adjective conjugation and non-pass non-adjective conjugation. and then negation on the second one. So they show an example of an e-adjective negation and a non-adjective negation. That's about it. And then plain form and polite, and plain and polite form. I screwed this one up.
今年
kotoshi カナダに
に行く
行くつもり
です。
I'm not sure. Oh, maybe I swapped these very, very early on. I just know I'm going to hate the conjugation stuff coming up. Ah, you'll be fine, Blair. You'll be fine. Embrace. Embrace the hate. I feel like the more triggered I am, not to say that you operate the same way, but when you have like incredible loathing, it seems like things just stick. I don't know. Embrace it.
便利。
雨を見たことがあるの?
Prepare for me complaining so much about it, but we will persevere. Yes. Harness the hate. Honestly though, I think I'm gonna yesterday I was trying to, like, the Chinese section was really, really rough 2 days ago, and was really, really rough 2 days ago, and I channeled my hate to remember all the crazy, like, the frustration, not really hate, but the frustration. 綺麗じゃなくて, yeah, I figured that's what it is, but you know, we were just gonna wait, Turnus. Man, hello, Turnus. We were just gonna wait until that time, you know. There's no rush. But yes, those are what one would guess. Yeah, it's a long time no see. Yeah. Since it's not there yet, we don't talk about it. These things take time. Ameo. You learned the word usogrio the other day. Usorial? I don't know what that means. What does it mean? Sounds very characteristically esoteric. I know that it's an English word. It means relating to a wife. Oh, okay. Interesting. And was there a reason you learned that word? Ame mita. Did I write the koto note already? Yes. Yeah, verb past kotoka. Yeah. Ame o mita koto ga aru no. I'm gonna make a separate note here. One separate note. Okay. Oh yeah, the land for wife is books something or other. Oh, I see. A reason? No, someone who was learning Japanese put it on their words to memorize list, and I was like, what the heck is that? Oh, so that's the reason. Isn't that a reason? The reason is happenstance. Alright. Have you ever seen the rain? Well, have you? Can you imagine? Maybe someone who lives in a desert? No, even the desert occasionally.
外国語。
外国語。And 見たことがあるよ。What does the mita part mean? Oh, you're writing kana. Oh, that's interesting. Yes, I know. But you decided to use me in kana. Interesting. Okay.
週末はテレビを見たり買い物に行ったりします。
週末はテレビを... Oh wait, did I make a comment about this? Oh, and this is a one-off. So... Yeah, this is a one-off. For now. So let's do... So we're just gonna call it a D compound. D ending compound. Compound clauses. Compound phrases. For now. Because I think this is the only instance of this. At the moment. テレビを見たり買い物に行ったりします。How do they wanted to do it? Oh, they said something like, I do things like shopping and like I don't think the order matters, but like watch TV and go shopping.
この辺にコンビニはありますか？この辺にはコンビニありますか？
Oops. I just realized the moment that my particle was in the wrong place.
この辺に映画館はありますか？この辺に映画館はありますか？は映画館にありますか？には
布団の中から出たくない。
布団
布団の中から出たくない。
布団の中から Nakata. どの中から出ない。There's something refreshing about not knowing half of what this is saying, but still knowing half. Yeah, I know, right?
布団の中から出たくない。
出たくない。
で、
出たくない。
ない。布団の中から出たくない。
Oh, right. Yeah. Maybe I should write that as a note. This is the formal introduction. Night. Okay. I'm like, where did my conjugation go? It's like, oh yeah, right. Detai. So then, detakunai. Can I ask what GPU, CPU and GPU I have? And if you're satisfied with it? I am satisfied with it. Yes. And my disclaimer is that it has reached its end of life cycle, what I have. So I have a 2900X. This was the thing that sold out like the day it was launched. So I ended up snatching a discounted launch price on this guy when it came out. This was like that Leap Ryzen like multi high multi-core thing. And then right before COVID, I picked up a 2070 Super. Yeah. So next year Windows 10 is reaching its end of life cycle in October. So naturally I'm gonna wing it and wait till November. And if you're thinking what I would get eventually, which is kind of more relevant here, because this is end of life cycle. These guys are greater than 6 years. I wanted 6 years, but maybe it hasn't been 6 years. Maybe it's like 5-ish years. It's between 5 and 6 years when I refresh. So now this will end up being like a backup PC or something. So now end of life cycle in November, the next Black Friday, I guess. The timing is always very convenient because it's intentional. So next Black Friday, probably if I had to what I have, let me take a look at my list here. Probably some 900 X3D. 9000, some 9000 series X3D chip, and Maybe like a 70 Ti. Probably a 50. If they still use the Ti moniker. It's probably the same, like, tier base. So those are going to be my replacements for the next probably 5 to 6 years. Reason I ask is because I'm kind of out of the loop in years since you looked at this stuff. My current GPU is a 1660 Super, which I bought 5 years ago. I'm considering buying a 4070 Ti. Super? Yeah, Super / Ti. They're two different things. However, either are fine. Either are fine. I think this is the... I know this is going to sound like a meme at this point, but 60 is like slightly... 60s are like slight value leader, but generally I like to hit above average. So 70 Super Ti is a sacrifice a little bit of value lead, but generally these are value leader on a discount. So if you can find a Super, a Ti, a 70 series, NVIDIA, I know, value, NVIDIA being value. If you can find these on discount, usually value leader. And then X3D is because I like, this is the, either that or I do a 900. A 900 for productivity sake, because I run a lot of parallel programs, like tons of things, and I would like the idea of being able to do most of those things. And then the X3D is like extra. I always go up a little. So X3D is for the whole quote unquote gamer forward cache design. So and then it goes for 5 to 6 years, right? 5 to 6 years. Yep. Wait, aren't there Ti Supers too? I see both names on the one you're looking at. You do? But yeah, they're separate series as far as I remember. If I see Ti Super next to each other, right, I would be worried. Like, what I mean is, the product listing, I would be confused about the product listing. Maybe they're linking... Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what a Ti Super is. Wait, hold on. Ti Super versus Ti. Oh, I guess it's a thing. Oh, okay. This is how it works. Super Ti. Oh, it's just another tier. It's a tier above that. Yeah, it's a tier above Ti, I guess. Fine. That's hilarious. Wait. Hang on. Ti is basically the better GPU with the same numbers, so any RTS, right? Super is a refresh NVIDIA. Oh, okay. I got it. Oh, that makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, so the Super brand is a refresh, is being used as a refresh. Okay, that's fair. That makes sense. So like example, like Super base, right? Not base as in good. Oh, no. Founder. We'll use word founder. So the Founder edition is usually get refined into the Super. And then the Ti version also gets refinement after. And they call it a Ti Super. Okay, I see. I mean, that's fine. Right? Because the Founder usually have a Ti version, which this is different. Like the actual hardware often can be different. Right, different hardware. So, but it's not clear if the Super is like a substantial difference between Founder and Ti, right? The Founder edition and Ti. But it appears that they make a refresh of the Ti, which called it Ti Super. I mean, that's fair enough. NVIDIA, please. So, I mean, I guess I would grab a Ti Super. I like to get the reason why I prefer Ti's and Supers in general is because they're matured. if you know what I mean. Oftentimes these are matured, and I don't usually buy into founder stuff most of the time. So the life cycle tends to be I wait till the mature product comes about after like the win and the launch and all that stuff happens. I don't know what AMD's release cycle is like, so I can't really speak to AMD things. And this is still 1 year off, so there's still 1 more year before I consider upgrading. There's also battle. Let's not forget Battle Mage. I know no one talks about this, but there's still Battle Mage. There's still Intel's in there somewhere. I don't really pay attention to that much too much.
この辺にいいレストランはありますか?
Like Mega Ultra. Oh, you also have a 1060. I see. I do full refreshes Sub-Zero. I do generational refreshes as opposed to doing the whole invest in upgradability. Upgradability. I tend to completely platform refresh. So the platform completely changes. So the socket, everything. My rotation time tends to be so long that the entire platform is going out. I also found a new housing. I also found a new case. I had my I have a HF, I have a half X for like more than 10 years now, and the whole platform is going to be refreshed. Even my chassis and everything's gonna be refreshed. I'm doing obviously another form factor too. We're doing vertical mounting, so we're gonna do like vertical case mounting systems. Like all of the mounting systems and chassis have changed as well. When we do new, we do new. Do you guys know of Intel CPUs to have issues? Heard some things about them earlier. They still kind of have issues. Still, but I don't necessarily think it's issues that will hinder any of normal use. Like they're not substantial normal. They're fringe case problems. Your whole computer is a pre-built, so you have to tear it apart almost to figure out what components you have. Oh, you haven't heard anything great about them? No, because of early issues. Yeah. Well, yeah. If you're talking about like in terms of like vulnerability and stuff, I think those are patched, but there are other fringe issues. With that said, though, for the right price and competent use, right? I'm assuming here. So don't let me down, folks. I'm presuming with a competent user, one can possibly find a higher value proposition with Intel products. Possibly. This also, I would say, is potentially true for AMD GPU. Potentially. I wouldn't pass up that kind of thing. However, yeah. Specifically, you're looking at the pre-built right now. Oh, 14. I don't think there is an issue with that one. The F series. Not the F series, because that's the more mature one. That's the that's the one. Oh no, maybe not. I think it's been a while, right? They said there was concerns about stability issues in the F series. You had a pre-built, huh? Here's the thing. They let me swap it out before ordering though. I'm only in but only in other Intel CPUs. If I were to guess, a source that I tend to like a source that I would use, like a lot of other people would use, would probably be to see if Game Nexus, shoutouts to Gamer Nexus, if they talk about this, because as far as I remember, there was supposed to be something that Gamers Nexus is covering on, and that was like the whole joke about the chip being like spontaneously overheating and combusting and stuff. So probably want to see if they have something. I think it's incredibly comprehensive when Gamers Nexus release something. Yeah, I think if there's any source, again, if there's any source that propagates incredibly reliable and stringent testing, it's probably Gamers Nexus. And I think it might be posted by now. There's a chance it might be posted by now. This problem, I remember hearing about it maybe like 6 months ago. So it has been a while. And usually that's about the eclipse time for like one of their testing. Yeah, I believe it was a heat stability thing. Something about like aggressive clocking. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Blair's gotcha. Most recent article, yeah. There it is. Yeah. Wait. Do they have one? Oh, well, I suppose they also have that article. Intriguing. Yeah, I found it hard to confirm. Some sources said it's not fixed, while others said it is. Yeah. I understand what you mean. It's always nice to have more corroborating opinions or testing, etc.
この辺にいいレストランはありますか？
この辺はいいレストランはありますか？
この辺にコンビニはありますか？
Otherwise, Sub-Zero. I need 100 X3D. I'm kidding. This is a luxury item. You don't really need this luxury item, but I'm actually, I don't know. I think a 9800 non-X is cheap. I don't even know if they've released a 9800 non-X yet. I'm also memeing because I mean I don't even know if this is in stock anymore. I don't even know if this is in stock yet. What I mean by that is I'm not entirely sure if you can even buy this due to scarcity. The 9800 probably would find it. Yeah, I know. Like if you can find a 9800 X3D, yeah. You're looking to stream Duolingo from your browser. Will my email account information be saved? I created an account on Duolingo and decided to stream it. I remember seeing a few years back that Duolingo had a data leak or something. I have no idea. Can't answer that. If Duolingo had a data leak, I mean, if a data leaks, I suppose the data leaks. I did not get. I wasn't around for the data leak. One would argue that most of your, whenever you use a email or account information in any place, you're probably vulnerable to a data leak, to a stream data leak. For me, it hasn't happened, and the way the desktop version of Duolingo works, can you dox yourself? You can still dox yourself as well when you're streaming Duolingo. I don't know if that's a concern or not. But generally speaking, I would say Duolingo is no more secure than you logging on to Twitch. Like that would be my guess. If you're using Twitch now, probably no more secure than Twitch or YouTube. Although like Duolingo's targets would be people targeting Duolingo would be less return on investment than targeting something like Twitch. I can't answer that, unfortunately. I have been using Duolingo for 250 so days. I don't think there was a data leak since then. So hopefully it stays that way, right? I'm leaning towards pre-build, so the customizability is sometimes restricted. I don't mind building it yourself, as I've done it before with my current PC, but I personally hate troubleshooting parts myself, which is something I found frustrating with this current one. Interesting. You've encountered problems? I mean, I'm basically thinking about getting my pre-build, putting it into a bigger chassis for future proof, and making the one as your kid's computer. Oh. I have built 3. I have moved the components out 3 times. So there's been 3 refreshes in the current PC that I built. And the chassis has stayed the same. So we had to like move the stuff out of the chassis and replace it. And then I either secondhand the other parts or I have them stored somewhere, right? And in terms of building, I have a open air bench. So I got a custom open air bench for a while now. So I test all the parts on the bench before I put them in the chassis. However, hear me out here. I said that I'm moving to a new chassis, right? Like chassis tech, you know, your enclosures and stuff have changed a lot recently. And my half X looks like the most restrictive environment to build in ever. Now, I can tell you now, some of the more modern chassis designs might as well be an open air bench when you're operating in them, when you're testing in them, before you enclose them back up. So I would say that when it comes to troubleshooting parts and whatnot, I think modern chassis make that almost a non-issue to test them. With that said, though, I think maybe you're also referring to the idea that you want a computer that comes to you functional and tested and stress tested. And that's understandable. That's definitely a pre-built situation. I cannot really relate on me personally having problems on troubleshooting parts. I have helped a lot. I have been involved in helping a lot of people troubleshoot their problems. And honestly, it's really, really interesting when you have other people describe problems to you and you're not like physically there troubleshooting or being able to troubleshoot them. So it has been very interesting interacting with like younger people who haven't had that much experience yet. Some of the chassis you've seen at Best Buy are beautiful, but you cannot afford water cooling. Well, I'm not referring. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm not referring to the water cooling thing though. There are ones where they're completely like it's incredibly elegant design. I have my eyes on 2 or 3 chassis right now. Yeah, your current PC is extremely slow on boot up. Initially, I realized it was because you had everything running on the hard disk drive. Sure, not okay. But even after fixing that, it's still very slow. Also shuts down randomly. Frankly, I'm just too lazy and I wish it was pre-built, so I just send it in and have it fixed. Oh, okay. But you understand that it's fun for people who are passionate about PC building? I guess. I'm not passionate about PC building though. To clarify, I'm not passionate about PC building. I built the PC because honestly, this is going to sound very contradictory, but I decided to build my own PC because I was afraid of troubleshooting problems from a pre-build. So hear me out here. I think pre-builds in the long run tend to have more problems that you can't troubleshoot than the troubleshooting problems that you have with you building the PC. So like the components may have a chance that they will have problems in which you send it in, right? It is convenient that you send your PC in. However, that also means you can't use the PC and you have to transit the PC, right? So it is pretty funny. The troubleshooting that I've done, like with other people, almost all of them are pre-built. Like maybe like 1 out of 10 people. 1 out of 10, if I get like 10 people who come to me for like troubleshooting and stuff, like maybe like trying to do firmware, like flashes of their BIOS and whatnot. Usually it deals with a pre-built or like thermal throttling, constant thermal throttling and whatnot. It ends up being an insolvable thing in a pre-built case. So oftentimes you remove it and put it into a new chassis and then replace the cooling solution. That alleviates like a large majority of the pre-built problems. With that said though, paying a 30% hike will get you an incredible pre-build. And of course you can send it in due to their coverage and stuff. I don't know how long warranties are on pre-builds and what the extent of. You'll probably have to read on their terms of service and all that stuff. Most of the time though, RMAing products is pretty much the jam. Nowadays I have multiple components, right? Backup components. So whenever what I mean by backup is when I turn to this new one, if any parts fail, I'll substitute it for the time being. Usually if the motherboard fails, then that sucks. Very difficult to, you would have to RMA the motherboard. The idea is you're RMAing the singular part than your entire PC, which sounds like an inconvenience, but I don't know what it's like for a long-term pre-build owner anymore. It's 3 years warranty here, but 5 years of right of complaint. Oh, interesting. Yeah, 3 years is not long enough for me. If someone is like personally, this is my personal take. I expect a 5 to 6 year cycle of testing and troubleshooting, or like guaranteed tech support satisfaction. If not, then I generally do that. Yeah, I agree. 3 years is on the edge of when you could start encountering problems. Yeah, 3 years is a really safe line. And the classical complaints for 3 years would probably be maybe like a thermal throttling is a great example. Like your thermal solution somehow wasn't refreshed very well. Actually, you might be able to see it in like 2 years, maybe. I would say 2 or 3 years. And then when you're bridging on 3 years, low quality storage devices like maybe like an M.2 M.2 like an SSD, right? You could see, if you're an aggressive power user, you could see problems coming up around 3 years. So that involves replacing it, which I think you can do it on your own. So I think pre-builds are great. I mean, for people who don't want to do it. Largely though, I don't like shipping my tower. I would totally be game. I would totally be down if yeah, I would totally be down with the idea of a pre-built service. I would pay a 15%, maybe a 15% to 20% premium hike on a pre-build if they give me 6 years, and also part exchange, like separate part exchange diagnostics. So what I mean by that is, if I suspect it is a particular part, I can send that part in for testing. Now the problem with this is I don't think that's even possibly useful information. So I don't like transiting my PC. So I don't know. You do what you do, I suppose. It's hard to tell. I think on a good day and on good cells, you can probably get a great pre-build for a start. The first thing I would always like to do is hopefully it's in a chassis that I like, because sometimes the chassis and cooling solution, which is related to the chassis, does not last more than 3 years. I can't tell you how often thermal throttling is the problem. It's like, say, greater than 70%. And it's not like it's a bad thing per se. Like, your computer isn't gonna like explode or anything like that. Like, the idea is the person's gonna need to deal with thermal throttling over time. Your components get cooked. like quite literally cooked.
この辺にコンビニはありますか？
この辺
にはこの辺にコンビニはありますか？
コンビニはありますか？
ありますか？
You need to upgrade your M.2 SSD since you have a SATA. Oh, okay. But your GPU blocks the NVMe SSD slot? Dang. Is it really that close? You have a 1660. It's a super low profile GPU. That is so weird. Oh, I guess do you have 2 GPU slots? Maybe you can sacrifice the express slot to unblock the NVMe slot. That is such a subpar motherboard to have the full lane express slot not be able to accommodate a 1660, which is incredibly thin already, incredibly tiny, and prevent it from blocking your NVMe slot, your M.2 slot. B40M. Eesh. Yeah, that's definitely a budget motherboard. Asus maybe? Is it like a really low Asus motherboard? I almost feel like it's a Gigabyte one. Okay, it's Gigabyte. I'm like, maybe they would include something, but okay, it's a Gigabyte. Alright. Fair enough. Sorry to hear about that. Alright, 15 minutes. And we gotta work on our mnemonic device. More talk about PCs later. More talks about PC later. Koto. Wait, I didn't get koto.
こと。傘と帯。こと。
Oh, as in like shikoto. Why is that here?
国
I thought they were talking about koto as in the grammar koto, but no. Oh yeah, someone did mention this. Oh, right.
国。
Fair enough. That makes sense now.
こと。
That comment that someone made earlier today. Or stuff. Oh, okay. What was it? It was like the phrase, please, important stuff. Something important stuff.
橋。
Okay.
カバン。門。国。
It's done well for you so far, but like, I want to give it more stuff. Yeah, understandable.
国。
Kuni.
国。
こと。
国。
Kuni.
国。
Yeah, I don't think I have. Interesting enough. Okay, maybe it's me. Maybe it's my demeanor, but I think I've encountered maybe one or two technical problems in my life. Like I did have a DOA once, but you know, I don't know if it's the way I talk to customer service or not. People talk about nightmarish situations all the time, like, oh yeah, Dell is a horrible customer service or Corsair and stuff. Most of the time when I like resolve technical issues and like return and RMA stuff, they ended up giving me stuff. So I don't know. Like I hear so many things about like, oh, building a PC, what if you don't know the problem? But there were times when I RMA things, I'm like, I suspect this is a problem. It's like, oh well, okay. Well, we can take care of that for you. I'm like, oh hey, that's pretty nice, but are you sure? Because you don't know if you're sure if that's the problem. It's like, well, we can do this and that for you. It's like, oh, okay, well, oh thank you. Oh, I don't know.
国。
Any
下。
shita.
声。
Koe.
こと。
Koto.
町。
Machi. It might be a weird flex, but sometimes when I hear people complain about talking to customer service, I tell them like, what? Okay, well, you can give, like, if you're comfortable in giving me some information and stuff, we can call the place together, and usually we get the thing resolved. But obviously, this is more like a personal thing, like a personal friend and stuff. I get people's problems resolved, through like communication than hardware stuff. Like I'm not gonna be able to re-weld your motherboard or something. But generally speaking, if there's people that you can reach, you usually get it done. So I think I would be pretty open to buying a pre-build on sale sometimes too.
ことこと
Part of what I don't like about pre-build is that you can change out any component, the warranty isn't valid anymore. Oh, okay, so it does specify if you void by changing out. Okay,
下。
fair enough. I didn't know if pre-builds have ever changed their term of service, where like, oh, now you can change certain things.
橋。
Let's see, like become more like right to repair kind of stuff, if you know what I mean.
国。こと。
Oh,
橋。
the other hashi. Sorry, kind of coughed into the mic there. Just let me take care with your electronics. Yeah, so interesting. Let me know what you end up doing. Actually, so low startup. That's interesting. I imagine this is a symptom of hardware. You've confirmed that this is a symptom of hardware. And you've already done like your reformatting and all your software side optimization. Sub-Zero.
町下国こと
I kid you not, the people that have known me for more than 4 or 5 years, they ended up being like me, who religiously do fresh reformatting like once a year at minimum. After they like thrash and experiment, we always most of the people around me get into the habit of creating set images, manually creating their own set images and restoration checkpoints permanently. So whenever a year comes by, they would do the reset themselves as opposed to like factory resetting. It sounds like you have thermal throttling though. I'm just saying. Are you allowed to open it and be like, a slow startup is weird though. Even after a factory reset, a slow startup, that's a little weird.
韓国
国
I'm not innocent though. I have not been taking care of it in terms of cleaning it, so okay. I just recently made an image to make sure I don't lose any trying to convert to, yeah, UEFI from Legacy, yeah.
外国語
外国語外国語
国韓国外国人外国
国
韓国韓国
国
When are you thinking about making a purchase? Sub-Zero.
韓国韓国人外国
外国
外国語
外国語
国
Okay. Y'all speaking a different language. ATP, I don't know what UEFI is. UEFI, it's your motherboard thing. I got this on Duolingo. Honestly, Sub-Zero, you joke about it, but you never know where Duolingo goes. They already did math and music. Their next program could be learning the foundations of building a PC, because it might be something that everyone has to do at some point or something. Or troubleshooting in electronic hardware, because now it's more like a matter of a skill set that's foundational to people, if you know what I mean. Like we're coming to the point where quite literally there isn't a generation of people that did not live without a computer, if you know what I mean. Like people who did not grow up around computer. Like it's getting to the point where it's a statistical norm for anyone who has access to Duolingo, for example. So it'll be interesting in the future. You have had to do so much unnecessary researching about computer to troubleshoot getting to Windows 11? Yeah. I can imagine that, actually.
仕事
Koto and koto.
こと
仕事仕事
I'm not in a rush right now. The PC you found is priced pretty well by default, but I'm on the lookout for a sale though. I'll most likely get one within January though. Oh, okay.
こと
Can you hold on to that thought? I'm not sure about the Norwegian thing, but
仕事
I'm actually really curious what
仕
your
事
computer. Do you mind DMing me what the computer is. I'm actually kind of curious what the pricing is like.
仕事仕事
In Norway.
こと
I'll figure out the whole language thing. I don't even think I need to know Norwegian because of the component, the component serialization and the numbers will speak for itself. I understand that it might be like Norwegian and stuff, but all the other text are probably irrelevant to me because most of it's probably gonna be numbers, serial numbers, and models and brands. So I recognize most of the component names. Yeah, you'll still be able to read the component names.
こと
I've been on German sites quite often because there are quite a lot of German peeps where like to compare and stuff.
こと こと
Language, it's a funny thing. Like, never did you ever think I'm going to need enough tech know-how to troubleshoot messing with your BIOS? Yeah, BIOS is the first step. BIOS and knowing how to work with the BIOS. And of course, knowing what a UEFI involves the BIOS, right? The BIOS or the BIOS, however you want to pronounce it. Not sure how the pricing is compared, but it's 20,000 NOK, okay, which is approximately 1,800 USD for reference. Okay, the CPU and GPU total up to, okay. So, oh, that's a generous markup. Wow. 10%, huh? Wait, is that even 10%? Oh yeah, that is. Wait. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong number. That's not even 10%. That's like that's like 5%. Yeah. Wow. That's really generous, a 5%.
誕生
Wait. 誕生. Oh, 誕生日, right. 誕生, this is birth. 誕生. Why am I drawing a blank on you? This is tennai, koto, shigoto, sode.
袖
Oh yeah, sleeve, sode. Sode,
仕事 こと 天
tennai.
こと
Koto.
こと
Don't trust me. I really like reading about these things. So no skin off my back. It's good evening reading. So I would love to chat about this type of stuff and read about this stuff. No worries. Knowing not to panic when your BIOS refreshes and just goes back to BIOS when turning on security stuff. I said no booting to disk for you. Yeah. It says no booting, yeah, to disk.
動物園
That moment, that brief moment, you're wondering, did I just lock my computer into a boot cycle? Although I do have to admit, with that laughing, motherboards aren't completely fail-safe. You can still brick your motherboard. It is still possible. Although I think modern motherboard design makes it a little bit more difficult for the everyday risk taker to brick their motherboard.
動物園
Not that it hasn't happened before. I still have seen it within the last 2 or 3 years.
4本
4本
仕事
仕事
こと
こと
選手 仕事
仕事 There was one where someone updated something that locked out their compatibility So someone reversed the firmware, like the update, the BIOS update that allows them to accommodate the CPU that was being forwards compatible. So they accidentally reverted back to a BIOS that did not recognize their forward compatible CPU. So then they needed somehow to they needed a second PC. So thankfully they had a laptop in order to refresh and flash the BIOS forward so that they could gain access to the PC again. It was kind of funny. Anyways.
仕事
I don't know how you manage that, but it does happen.
ごとしごと
Stranger things have happened. Kotoba.
言葉
Kotoba.
こと
Koto.
窓
기분.
気分
기분. 기분. Right. Feelings.
仕事
Koto.
こと。こと。
Oh, whoops.
仕事
仕事。
毎朝
毎朝。
こと
こと。
難しい
難しい。高い。That's what happens when you say koto a bunch of times and then realize it's goto. Euphonic change when you put it with another kanji. You can't hear it. I'm worried that they will increase the price though. They just released it and selling like crazy, even though that go for 30 on their site have worse specs. Interesting. Does that 30K one happen to have an AMD instead of an Intel? If I'm messing with it bad enough to do that, I would hope I have a backup plan in case. Yeah, that's true. And every time I'm hearing BIOS, I'm just hearing problems. I'm starting to it gets BIOS. It's not too bad. You don't play around it too much unless you're into like overclocking and changing your timing and maybe having forwards and backwards compatible motherboards. So oftentimes the first time someone would encounter the need to do a BIOS update or a reversion, typically it has to do with making it so that it's forward or backwards compatible to something, usually forwards. And that can possibly lock you out of things if you're not sure what it's actually compatible with. However, for people who like to upgrade and do like quote unquote future proofing, typically BIOS knowledge is important. You were always of the opinion that you don't mess with BIOS unless there's an honest to God problem or you know what you're doing. Yeah, pretty much. Like know what your BIOS version is, know if it's current, unless you're missing a major patch, you should be fine not messing. Yeah. Other than that, overclocking. BIOS, you need to access the BIOS to change timings. Like memory timings, CPU timings, clock speeds for your CPU. A lot of times. Your GPU can be done through software, like in MSI Afterburner, like a GUI is fine. Not that I would even recommend doing that most of the time, because I feel like a lot of times thermal throttling comes with messing up the fan curve or something on the GPU. Lots of I have enough occurrences where someone say like, I don't understand, like I thought I was like optimizing it and it just happened. And then, you know, they would say something like, I don't know what's happening. I didn't do anything to it. It's just slower. It keeps just slowing down when I start a game. And I'm like, what you're describing sounds like thermal throttling. Like, did you happen to change anything about your GPU? And they're like, well, no, I didn't. installed something to monitor my GPU. It's like, are you sure you didn't just click on something? Like, click on something, because GPU monitors like Afterburner, for example, which shows like some of the benchmark, like you can have it in-game display of your like GPU and stuff, right? However, it's kind of a few clicks away from changing the fan profile and doing like an optimized fan curve, like optimize please. But that's assuming that it is fulfilling all the other requirements, like a cooling solution or something like that. So one click without locking, you can you're not gonna like burn down your PC or anything, but it will lead to thermal throttling. And I think thermal throttling tends to be the bane of most longevity when it comes to pre-builds, because you don't know how much you can open. Like you can't, I don't know, I mean back in the day, like does it void the warranty if you dismount, right? You dismount the cooling solution and then add thermal paste. Does that void the warranty? Because oftentimes many of the cleaning things or the readjustments and stuff involve going into your PC and then like replacing it. So like pulling out your RAM can die, it can jostle loose. RAM can jostle loose a lot of times, and usually those are the quick fixes that you test first. Like vibrations can happen to the extent of moving, transporting, and then your RAM could get loose, and the only difference is you pull it out and you put it back in and then making sure it's set. And I don't know if you can do those things with pre-builds. So that's kind of like the one thing. Like it's great that you can send everything in and let them handle it and hope that they give it back to you, right? Like in a reasonable time. I think that's probably the things you consider. I can't tell you how many times when someone says, oh, I don't understand why suddenly my virtual memory is so slow, or like I keep capping out on virtual memory and whatnot. It's like, can you go to your system? Can you go to your task manager and tell me how much RAM is it saying, right? If it's saying half, then open up your PC, pull both of your sticks out, put them back in. Did the number change back to where it was? If it didn't, swap the RAM slots or swap your sticks. Find out which one, because oftentimes that can lead to bottleneck, an unintended bottleneck. In fact, when you say your PC is starting up slowly, Sub-Zero, we're not going to digress too much more because I have to finish our lesson. But I wouldn't be too far-fetched as asking you, have you attempted to pull out your DDR memory and push it back in? Like, you know, turn your tower sideways, pull out your DDR, even swap the slots. It won't alter anything regarding your like files or anything. Sometimes it has happened, and it happens even to the most well-built machine. Like my DDR had to be reseating is the word that I was looking for. Reseating your RAM. That's usually one of the first things. Reseating your RAM. Yeah, those are one of the first to go, yeah. And then sometimes they just get loose. So it's really not that uncommon. It jostles loose, like it vibrates loose sometimes. So reseating helps solve some stuff. I'm trying to think of when you said you're describing like slow boot times, right? Slow boot times. And you said that you've already swapped, like you made sure that it's booting from an SSD, as opposed to there's always a chance it's double booting. And what I mean is it's going to try to boot from an SSD, but it didn't work, so it boots back from boots back on your hard disk drive. A lot of times reformatting and making sure when you factory reset, for example, when you factory reset, it will make the boot partition like its original set. So there is a chance that when you factory reset, your boot partition is still in the hard disk drive, as opposed to the solid state drive. Oftentimes, factory resets go back to its preferred boot device. And when you factory reset, the boot partitions are still there. As in, like, when you factory reset, they don't delete the full boot partition. So even if you factory reset, it could go back to a default boot. So then it would go back to being slow, right? Or slower on boot. SSDs obviously have a faster read and write time, specifically in this case, read time. And when you reformat, which is what people, or like what I was referring to, you actually wipe the boot partition off of both everything, and then you designate and install the primary boot partition. So you designate that the SSD becomes the primary boot partition. This has happened before too. This is from experience from other people, where when they do a factory reset, all the things that they did to make sure that the boot partition is in the correct place ends up back into its original configuration. So if you had an hard disk drive originally, a factory reset is highly likely that it will reset back to this boot partition, because that's probably there. It's still probably there. The original boot partition, if you were moving from a hard disk drive to a solid state drive. This typically occurs when someone installs their first M.2 NVMe, right? When they first install, they're like, oh, why is my computer not like super fast, but video games load up very quickly? Like, oh, I can tell the video games are loading up. Your boot partition is still on your hard disk drive. So many of your primary like OS functions are still on your older storage device. Low boot time, but it's been up and running for a few hours, then it works fine. I see. But like even when running on HD, it surely can't be taking that long. When I say slow boot, I'm talking about literally an hour. That is really scary. Like, what the heck? And that's generous. You're so serious? Now I'm really curious. We'll hang this up for now. I don't know if it's a CPU at this point. Yeah, 10 minutes would be very long. 10 minutes would be like eternity at this point. So that's a little scary. I can see why it would be urgent for you to replace something. Hold on to the thought. I want to ask you, like, later on, like over the next couple of days or something, I kind of want to ask you a few things. Maybe it's not quite what you think, but I'm curious. Like, it's been a really long time since I've heard someone who says that if it doesn't boot in a few hours and it suddenly boots and it all works, right? It all works. That is strange. That is so strange. I don't think, and it's a new problem, so it's kind of funny. Now I'm genuinely curious. I would say a boot cycle off of a hard disk drive, 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes. In M.2, for example, my boot cycle is 10 seconds. So that's absurd if you're waiting an hour. Like, an hour sounds like something is really, really gone bad. What's mostly odd is that it was kind of slow from the very start. Over time, it just kind of worse and worse. And after 1.5 years, it got super slow. You are piquing my interest so much. We gotta talk about this another time. All right. Right? I'm so invested in your problem right now. Yeah, I would say if you count to longer than 15 seconds, that's too long. For me. I'm a little I don't even think I'm spoiled because that's like your really middle of the road M.2 on a clean install. If you installed Windows for the first time, like you get your pre-build, right? And then your pre-build is completely empty and you install Windows and then you turn it off and you turn it back on. It's usually within 15 seconds. Very middle of the road average SSD. Like pick up your discounted Samsung M.2 SSD. 15 seconds. Yeah, I would like to know this PC right now. You've gotten so used to it, you've just booted up in advance if you know you're going to be on later. Oh, so you keep your... Oh, interesting. Yeah. Think about the time, Sub-Zero. Think about the time you're using. How are you in computer? How are you with computer science and programming and doing these things with a computer like that? I have so much questions. Well, yeah. Okay, that's the last comment. I just genuinely do not understand how you were able to even code. Oh, you're on a laptop. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That explains everything about the laptop thing. That actually explains a lot about the laptop thing. All right, context. Yeah, that desktop seems like a no-go. Okay, you haven't used it for in a year. Okay. Confusing the heck out of me. Like, how are you even viewing Twitch? I feel like your computer is gonna kill over suddenly from starting Twitch or something. I mean, I would be on a laptop too if the desktop took an hour. I don't remember the last time it took an hour to boot a PC. My word. All right, so let's finish this stuff. Not much. There aren't too many vocabulary words actually. So we have bendy, right? Bendy is legacy. Actually, is this the same as a Chinese? No, it's not. It is Li though. This is Li. What is it? Ambient. Ambient is probably the closest. No, neither of those characters. So bendy. Yeah, bendy. And then Yishu. I misread it again. So Ishu. Ishu was like nothing I thought. So I gotta remember this. Go around. Kind of reminds me of, what is it? Mawaru? Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Mawaru. So Ishu. And then we have locations like Gaikoku. And Gaikoku go. Gaikokujin. Jin is not even on here. And it's a full... Oh no. Goku is the same. Koku is the same. And then the full go. Listen, Sub-Zero. I still can't believe it takes more than one. It's unfathomable. I think my first PC didn't take an hour to start up. We're talking about my first PC back in how long ago was my first PC? Um 24 years ago. My desktop did not take 1 hour to start up. Like 24 years ago. Yeah, 2000 exactly. Not even your not even a 2000 desktop. 24 years ago. I don't think my desktop, like, even at its end, like when it got to its end state, like I had to move on from the desktop, it still didn't take an hour to boot up. So something is wildly weird. Yeah, probably ruined the PC even further by leaving it on for long periods of time due to not wanting to wait for the long boot time as well. I think it's okay. Usually PC's idle. Oh, actually, back when MAKU was a baby, he held it. Yeah. I can even describe the computer like I have. It was a Windows 95. It was a Windows 95 and had a gigantic CRT. It was I don't even know if it was a brand. Oh, it wasn't a brand. It was a reseller, a reseller PC, and it basically only ran Warcraft. It was only used to run Warcraft. I only used it to play Warcraft. and a CRT monitor. Man, dude, those CRT monitors. When I was like, that CRT monitor was heavier than me. Nah, it probably wasn't, but it felt like it was heavier than me. Sometimes, like when I try to lift the CRT monitor, I feel like my whole body is compressing. Like in CRTs. Let me eat the static. Yeah, dial-up internet, man. Crazy. Are you sure you're not a patient person? Because I certainly wouldn't be patient with that anymore. That speaks volumes. So we have Koto. Let's look at Koto. I genuinely do like solving PC problems though. Or hearing about it at least. Not okay, I misworded. I genuinely like talking and trying to solve PC problems. Whether they end up being solved is an entirely different matter. It's about, like the experience, right? The experience of trying to solve problems. Obviously, you don't always solve the problems, but talking and figuring out the problems with other people or together tends to then lead to a lot of other problem solving skills. I genuinely love trying to solve problems. And PC, that's probably one of the bigger reasons why I enjoy talking about PC stuff. Like, I get it. If you don't want problems, go buy Apple product. Sub-Zero. Oh wait, does Apple even? I don't imagine Apple operates in Norway, does it? Now that I think about it, if Amazon doesn't operate in Norway, I doubt Apple does, or does it? Do you have an iPhone, Sub-Zero? Are you one of those kids? You and your fancy pants iPhones? I'm kidding about the iPhone thing. But there's this meme that goes around all the time. It's like, oh, your mother is having problems or your grandmother is having problems with their phone. You should have bought them an iPhone. That's like the meme, because I think it came from somewhere. Like, I think Tim Cook, the CEO, literally said that in an ad or something, like from Apple. Like, oh yeah, if if you had problems, you should have bought an iPhone. You know? Honestly, at some point the computer would have been checked out the way husband's more tech savvy than you, someone, and he didn't even mention updating the BIOS to me because he thought I checked it. Oh yeah, that can happen. I've been guilty of that many times where like I would say, "Oh yeah, okay," because you don't want to sound pedantic, right, Blair? Like there's this like there's only so much you don't want to assume about a person. So I've come to realize this, that it's sometimes worth checking over the foundations. So oftentimes I would word it in a way like, oh, okay, so if I have this problem, feel me out here, like go through the problems with me. If I have this problem, first I will do this. So I make it myself, right? I make it about myself. Like I've done this and I've done this. And then eventually it might get to something that other person might not have considered, as opposed to like what I used to do, where I would say something like, okay, so then I immediately look for the obscure things, if you know what I mean. Like immediately I assume or presume the person I'm talking to is competent, so I would skip, and then I would immediately think of the most intricate, the most nuanced and subtle, complex solutions, because my first thought is, there's no way like one of their RAM sticks are dead, and that's the problem. Like they probably check that, right? That kind of thing. So instead, nowadays I like go through it step by step. Like first I would check this, then I would check this, then I would check this, and then does all of this sound familiar, right? Like I asked the person, you're going through the list with me, right? Like this is all the steps that I would do, because I don't know the problem either. So if I don't know the problem, I would do all these steps. They just go through as I check. It's like, oh wait a minute. And then someone would say something like, when you say this, do you mean to do this? And I'm like, I don't understand. Like, what are you doing? It's like the way you're describing it doesn't match the way I'm describing it. And a lot of times it comes down to like RAM, power solution. The power solution keeps tripping. Here's one that I wasn't aware was possible. Someone plugged their PC into a wall outlet and it keeps tripping the breaker. I don't know what type of PC or what type of outlet or like home like how their home is routed, but one time I've witnessed that someone said, or what the way they described it, it sounded like they were tripping their breaker by plugging their PC into a wall adapter. I'm like, pick up a pretty decent like surge protector and try that first. If not, I think I would be more concerned about how your house is wired. Like that's some low current bearing outlet that you have. Unless that breaker is just over capacity. Yeah. So I'm like, is there anything else you're plugging in your house or in your room even? Like, because I'm worried that if you're tripping, make sure your house doesn't catch on fire, because that is even scarier. That's happened before. Crazy. They have something called the Apple House, which sells Apple products that is not actually Apple. The Apple House. I kind of like that. Have you tried turning it off and on? Would have been too much though. Yeah. I genuinely do not ask people if they turn it on and off anymore. And sometimes there was 2 instances in my life so far where people thought that their PC going to standby is considered turning it off and on. So that has happened before. When people are suggesting have you turn your PC off, as in shut it down, make it do a boot cycle and come back on. Legitimately, there are people who thought when you hit the power button and the software that they have, like the settings that they have, typically places the PC into standby. So the question I ask them most of the time is, okay, so when you hit the power button again, do you see the BIOS starting up? And then you would have to explain like what type of splash screen you would see when the computer is booting up again. As in like, not when, if they say, no, I don't see anything, I just see the login screen. And then you have to ask, okay, so how long does it take usually for you to see an image? Like, did you see anything that indicated that it started up again? Because a lot of times, the reason why it starts up really quickly is they just entered standby and then they're just turning it on and then it leaves standby. It didn't actually shut down or anything, right? That's why the whole turning off and on thing can result in a miscommunication. A lot of times people would hit their power button on their PC, but the default thing that just tapping, right? Just tapping the power button, it places your PC in standby. It doesn't actually shut it down most of the time. And that's why he said he didn't mention anything. I would rather be ticked off about saying, no, I already checked that, than assuming it. I see. Oh, okay. And that gets a computer. How I mean, unless that breaker, yeah, I've done that at your old house, set a few on fire, yeah. Yeah, do not. That is so scary when someone says, so many times, I think there are a lot of times where I'm more concerned about the problems that the current problem involves than the problem itself. Like, someone would say something like, oh, you know, I don't know where the smell is coming from. And I'm like, a smell? Like, is it dirty in your house or something? It's like, no, it just smells kind of burning. And I'm like, is that coming from your PC? It's like, no, my PC smells fine. I'm like, okay, hold on. Something is burning. It's not your PC, but you're not concerned about the burning smell. I know we're talking about your PC problems, but aren't you the least bit concerned where the burning smell comes from? Like, even if it's not your PC. And it ended up being their outlet, by the way. So so they went around and checked their PC, right? So there's nothing burning in their PC, but their outlet was burning. Where the PC, like, they have like this long extension cord or something. That's how I imagine it. They have a long extension cord, and the outlet itself, like the socket itself, was smelling like burning. So I'm like, okay. Wild things. I can't even imagine being a customer service support person. Okay. All right, anyways. So we got, what was I writing? Koto. And Koto is also this. Yeah. I'm not even a customer service person. And you get wild, crazy stories. Think about it. Has anyone ever worked in customer service here? I haven't worked in customer service, so I have no idea. Like tech support. I haven't ever been tech support. Let's see. Ryokan. So we have Ryokan. This is fine. We already know this. It's a combination of two characters we know. So far we have one new character, which is Sho. And then this, Dandan. You have Dandan. Which isn't really a new character as well. Dandan. And it uses Kuma. So Dandan and Umi. Oh, Kaitai, which is not new as well. Kaitai. Okay. Yeah, but thankfully not in tech. Fair enough. Fair enough. Although honestly, I probably asked you, have you turned off your PC? Have you turned off it on your PC? And then immediately you'll say like, oh no, I don't turn off my PC because it takes 3 hours to start up. And my only thought is throw it out. Like if I was on like the tech support side, I'm like, have you sent the PC back? Like if not, I think you may want to just buy a new PC. You'll be able to tell you if it worked 2 hours later. Can you get a refund? Yikes. Real talk though. Your next PC is going to feel like a monster, like your life has changed. I mean, knowing what you had to put up with, like, or be used to, I think it's going to be an incredible experience, and I want to hear about it when you get your new PC. I want to know what it's like, because the moment how I felt about going from like something like 5 to 10 minutes to 10 seconds was unbelievable. Like, and then all the other things that take maybe 3 or 4 seconds, right? They're almost instantaneous, right? Less than a second. And every day you're opening files and whatnot. It is a feeling that I no longer process anymore. Like the difference in the feeling. I'm actually so serious about wanting to know about the components of snail computer. I do too. We'll get that. Well, I'll get it at least. Let's write down the grammars. The grammars. So all of this stuff is super easy. Like we're good with this stuff. Grammar. So we have ga. Right. Ga for but. Have ku. Let's write an example. So maybe atsui. We'll use atsui. That's a really rough atsui, but that's fine. So asuku. We have asuku naru. We have koto here, which is we're doing past tense. So let's just say mita. Mita is one of the new ones. or past. So we have the plain past tense, so mita. Wait, how does that work? Watching. I was watching. Yeah, I was watching. Ita koto. And then we have te. A refresher. Te and de. For e. And na. Na adjective conjunctions. There's also this for multiple clauses, but I'm not quite sure if that's a one-off right now. So it still works somewhat like a conjunction. And I think it was specifically... Oh. This was more like doing verbiage. So I need to clarify on this. There's also the ri. Using ri from a verb. Actually, it might even be... Yeah. What was the one that I had? It was mitari. You had a 9700K? There's no way it, okay. There's no way it's the CPU. Or it's so unlikely to be the problem of a 9700K. We have Thai. So the Thai form. Thai. Using ta. So takunai. I and takunai. D is, I didn't write down what type of phrasing it was. I remember terebi. Terebi o, right? Terebi o, maybe mitari? Or it could be miruri. No, it's mitari. I think it's still used. Yeah, I'm gonna have to double check this. I don't remember what the verb tense was. There was only one example of this. And then I have Ichidan past tense. Why am I saying that? Oh, there is a chance. It's this. As opposed to da. But da is this related thing. So that's not it. So that's fine. Hi. 頑張って。頑張ろう。Hello there. Shorin です。Interesting. Oh, Shorin. You're back? Hello there, turn. Alright, I think we covered most of the things. So, very low vocabulary, right? Very low vocabulary. Oh, there's I knew. So, I knew. Right. I knew, as in the group of people. Was there any other katakana? Maybe not. So, we had ryokan. I feel like there was something else. Andan. There might be one other thing. I don't remember at the moment. Everything else is pretty okay. Why did I circle this without doing anything about it? This is a hen. Right, for place. So most of this is review, especially the characters. Outside of Dan, Sho, and Hen. Dan, Sho, and Hen. And the rest is grammar. Intriguing. Very, very different. Very, very different feel today. You're curious, how do you not get tired of doing this like almost every day? The commitment is real. It's probably because I like it, you know? Like, solving, like, this is a problem to be, you know, this is a thing to be solved, right? We're doing something slightly different every day. So that's probably the thing, right? When you're asking me, how do I not get tired of doing this almost every day? I think, the phrasing this and get tired is probably referring to the idea that how do you get tired of doing the same thing every day? I am tired though. So what I mean is I am physically tired. My health is slightly declining in the last couple months. So I've been trying to be a little bit more vigilant about my health. So I am physically tired. Mentally, not particularly, because I don't do the same thing each day. Like today, we talked about computer parts for like 2 hours. I've come to the realization that Sub-Zero has a black hole of a snail computer somehow. Like something that violates time, space, and human invention. He had a computer that can boot slower than the very first computer I've ever owned. So that's kind of an anomaly. It's pretty fast though. You just gotta get it going. Boy howdy. So it's not too bad, Trent. It's pretty surprising that I haven't had a consistent similar day yet. And Duolingo, learning a language, I'm learning, right? If I'm not learning anything, then I would get tired of it for sure, Churn. Like today, I've learned a lot of things, even though I keep saying like, oh, I know this, but now I formally know it. So learning is new every day. How can you get tired of something that you have to do every day? In my opinion, personally, if you're learning something new every day, it's interesting. If you don't feel like you're learning anything new, then it will become tiring. and grindy and somewhat. So today is very different. Today is a super different day. Like half the things I have to remember are grammar things. And I don't really actually even know how some of these things work because I only have one example of them. But I do remember the example. So this is as good, and this is as good as I can get it. I still need to confirm this. So I'm going to do this for homework. I'm going to do this part for homework. This part, I'm not sure. The other examples, I have the exact prompt in my head. And I'm just going to store it there for the time being. And then the vocabulary is non-negotiable. We take in whatever vocabulary that we can get. I think there is also +1. There might be +1 kanji that's not here. No new predicates. Predicates are not listed here, so I need to remember predicates. I did not see any new predicates other than naru. But naru is not new. But the unique predicate for this unit is naru. Deals with a grammar point of how to become something else and become a verb. I mean, become a an adjective, and that adjective is conjugated in a specific way, is something new. Yeah, that's it. That's a wrap for today. No new like memory techniques or something. It's pretty wind up generator computer. Yeah, I know, right? Worst is when playing games like League, I'll be stuck on the loading screen while they're already waiting for you and think you're AFK. I actually think it might be a hard disk drive thing. It might be a disk drive thing. Sub-Zero. Well, stop tempting me. I'll talk about it. We'll chat. We'll chat later. It has to be. What you're describing is a rewrite issue. The thing is, the motherboard could be the problem. That's a possibility, but it's definitely a rewrite issue. If it's only the loading screen, like anything that deals with rewriting, booting is rewriting, right? It's a reading specifically. So it's interesting. Yeah. A 9700K is really fast, by the way. Like what I mean is it's still quite fast. Like you should still have plenty of use from a 9700K. I had a 3700K that for maybe even to almost the current. My last CPU was a 3700K. Here's a long story short. I won it from a giveaway, but before that I used a 2500K for like 7 years. At this point, I'm tempted to swap out anyway, seeing as the setup is getting pretty old. Yeah, true. Not sure the longevity, but I think GPUs last around 5 years. No, not sure about it. 5 years is pretty good. I did not have a GPU failure in my life. What I mean is, I didn't have a point in which I used a GPU long enough to see a failure. The longest GPU I've used still functions today. Maybe like 5-year constant use is not a stranger to me. And I have owned... Okay, with eliminating other potential extraneous fringe use cases, I have used 8 different SKUs of GPUs. And most of them last constant everyday use 8 to 12 hours a day. 8 to 12 hours a day, nonstop for 3 to 4 years. And I don't think I've had a failure. There was a fan failure on one of them. And then I got it RMA'd. That's all. Like one of the fans came out of the box that unable to register. Other than that, yeah. And a fringe case. Technically, I have owned over 42 GPUs over the years. And outside of that one DOA, the fan DOA, like the GPU itself still works. It was a fan DOA. It's funny because there's something I've left out, which is a bigger reason for me wanting a new one. Oh, okay. Or you might have to mention it in another stream. Fair enough. All right. Fun talks. We're going to end this session so then I can move on to Chinese session, which is going to be insane because I'm not sure how much I remember anymore. The Chinese session was gigantic. It's the unit's about useful phrases and it's all over the place. All right, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling for the Japanese session. If you're going to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. So until next time, mata ne. じゃあね, minasan. I'm gonna get up. I had to go to the bathroom for a long time. I'm gonna get up, refill my water, get some glucose, check on the time machine, and call the Secret Service that there's a snail computer that is out of time and space, and then I'll be back. I'm gonna report Sub-Zero to the time police. All right. I'll be back for my Chinese lesson in a bit. Thank you.